The boy talked in his sleep and tried to save his own life, until his drama was interrupted by his own phone, which rang and signaled that it was time to wake up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the desire to sleep a little longer immediately disappeared, because what he saw left him horrified. He jumped out of bed when he saw that his entire room was painted with some kind of hieroglyphics, but that wasn't the worst of it, as they were all written in blood. His thoughts were filled with questions about what kind of hieroglyphics were those and who left them there. He tried to regain his senses, for it immediately occurred to him that he was simply delirious, so his consciousness was filled with illusions. As soon as he opened his eyes again, the drawings were no longer there, but in any case this did not amuse him, as he understood that those hieroglyphics were indeed real. At that moment he realized that at that moment he was not in his room, and that all of this was happening to him, not in his house. He immediately jumped out of bed and stood in the middle of the room, trying to understand where he was and what was happening there. The boy looked at the table and realized that something was clearly wrong there, because even his packet of noodles had been eaten, although he didn't even remember opening it. He gradually began to go mad, as he could not even remotely understand what was happening to him. Various moments of his life began to appear before him, and in his mind he was still an orphan. His age and face were similar, but his life path was completely different, and this alarmed him greatly. He was cared for, passed the exams for a top university, nothing but prospects, but now he has dropped out of high school and works as an ordinary salesman. His body has been transferred into Fang Shu's body from a parallel universe. Even though he had moved to another time, his visions and those hieroglyphics were still very incomprehensible, and it was very interesting to find out what they could mean. He tried to use the memories of himself, which was from a completely different dimension, but unfortunately he could not find anything. In his memory there was no understanding of what these hieroglyphs could mean. But suddenly his thoughts and attempts to understand what was happening to him were interrupted by a female voice. It was his girlfriend he managed to find, and she called him to eat, as he had been in the room for a long time, and it was time for a snack. The guy didn't even realize that in the parallel universe he had already gotten married, and this was his wife. She sat down next to him and once again asked him to put all his business aside and come with her to eat properly. At one point, he became even sadder, because he realized at that moment that in the past he had never been able to find such a beautiful and affectionate companion. But on the other hand, at least here, he has her. She didn't understand why he was looking at her like that and not responding, so she decided to find out if everything was okay with him and why he wasn't responding to her. The guy literally started to panic, because he didn't even know what to answer her and what to call her, because he didn't know her name, and who she was not clear to him. Suddenly, the baby's head started spinning. He understood that this probably wasn't her name, but why did it seem to suit her so well? But suddenly, he seemed to have lost consciousness again, and a text appeared in front of him, saying that the name, biography, and everything related to this girl were simply not in his head, in the memory of a completely different person. He turned to her and began to look into her eyes, and realized that she was not fully human, and yet he decided to talk to her and ask her who she was. Which, as it turned out, was a mistake, since the girl immediately turned into a terrible monster who was very happy that the guy saw her and could even talk to her. He was filled with fear, which led him to a state where his brain was simply overloaded, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out of that state. But it was necessary to think of something immediately, because in a few seconds the girl simply transformed into a huge monster that wanted only one thing: to eat the guy. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he realized that he would leave this life at that moment without having time to think about it. And so it happened. The monster simply attacked the guy and literally bit his head off, which was clearly incompatible with life. He woke up screaming again and screamed until he realized it was just a dream. The guy didn't understand what it was, a dream or an illusion, but either way, he woke up in the same room with the same hieroglyphics on the wall, which he couldn't read. He understood that this was clearly not a dream, and it seems to have occurred to him that this was a common hint, and that he just needed to go blind to survive. The boy tried to understand what kind of woman she was, because when he remembered his entire past life, he realized that she was an ordinary person and that he had never seen anything like it in his entire life, and this concerned that same girl who at that moment turned into a monster. He thought there was some meaning to all this, which was to not let her find out that he saw her, then most likely she would cease to exist. Just as he thought this, the girl suddenly entered the room and turned to him with the same offer to go eat. No matter how much she tried to talk to him, he tried with all his might to ignore her and did everything he could to get her to leave him alone. But it was much harder to do than it seemed, because the girl just wouldn't give up and kept getting closer and closer to him, asking the same question. He kept telling himself that he couldn't move or look, otherwise she would finish him off right there. But suddenly she turned her head in the other direction, and it became even harder to ignore. The girl didn't give up either and tried with all her might to win him over, saying that he clearly wasn't playing by the rules. But since it was her turn, she would try to fix everything. She started licking him and doing everything to get him to pay attention to her, so the guy started to panic little by little. Still, he managed to resist this moral violence, but his emotions and feelings were torn apart. He was very angry with her and just wanted her to disappear from this world and do it as soon as possible. The man held his head and just thought that there was a void in his mind as he asked himself how he could have come to such a life. He went through a series of thoughts with himself, which consisted of the fact that he thought his body was now in a time loop and that after the end of his life he would start all over again, as if it were some kind of game. He didn't understand how to deal with it because he wouldn't even look at her, but anyway, she approached him herself and tried to make sure he didn't see her, which meant she first had to make sure he saw her. Just as Fang Shu picked up the phone to pretend to call someone, the girl approached him again, but this time from behind. She even tried to find out from him why he was behaving that way and whether he had really stopped loving her and was choosing a new girl at that moment. Fang Shu tried with all his might to hide his tension because she was stressing him out so much that he felt uncomfortable every time she addressed him. Even so, she didn't give up and tried to get as close to him as possible, saying that she didn't know he was nearsighted because he held the phone too close to his face and wasn't even paying attention to her. Fang Shu tried his best to restrain himself and remain calm without attracting attention to himself. He was browsing the news on his cell phone and trying to read one of them to forget for even a second the existence of that girl beside him, but suddenly he saw something that shocked him. On his phone screen, he saw the same girl who had started talking to him about how worried she was that their relationship was going down the wrong path. Surprised, he threw the phone out of his hands and screamed across the room. Before he had time to recover from his shock, he heard the terrible voice of that same girl behind him, who was now 100% sure he saw clearly, but was trying with all his might to hide it. She immediately transformed into a terrifying monster and opened her mouth to bite off a tasty morsel of the guy again. But this time, Fang Shu would not give up so easily and just stand there while being devoured whole, so he decided to attack, and that was when he gathered all his strength. The monster was apparently not that simple, and it was clearly impossible to defeat it with such a simple method, so she managed to dodge the blow. Not only did she dodge the blow without any problems, but she also launched a counterattack. That is, she bit his hand, and at that moment, the boy began to understand that this was another end for him, and that, obviously, it would be very difficult to do anything about it. At first, he screamed in pain and begged for mercy as she continued to successfully eat his hand. But then he realized it was useless, and his pain suddenly disappeared. Now he only thought that they might eat him this time too, but nothing could be done about it. There was desperation in his eyes, but he promised himself that next time everything would be completely different. From that moment on, the guy failed several more times, and on the 6th attempt he was still surprised by her reaction. This time she came out of the bathroom and called him to eat, and of course he couldn't resist, and she ate him again. The 8th time he tried to run away, but he had no luck, and it caught up with him again. At some point he began to understand that it was almost impossible to hide from this. So at some point he decided it would be better not to run away, but simply enjoy the process, even though he always knew the end. After 13 attempts, he was simply praying he would never wake up. He was healthy on the outside, but sick at heart, alive on the outside, but dead on the inside. He did this repeatedly, and during each attempt, Memories of him appeared before him, and he began to better understand this world and what was happening to it. Feng Shui suddenly realized that the only difference from the past was that the essence of this world was beyond his comprehension, but he wanted to fix everything so much that he began the 18th attempt. His body was exhausted from the constant swirling of questions in his head. Why couldn't he stop this cycle? Who wrote those hieroglyphics on the ceiling? Why did they disappear as soon as he started looking at them? Every time he woke up, he no longer understood what it was. Who could be responsible for all of that? Was it possible that his wife was doing all of that? Feng Shui repeated to himself how much he wished she would just disappear and leave him alone. Now he wanted to be alone for the rest of his life. She entered the room again with the same offer as always. She really wanted him to finally leave so they could enjoy the food. Suddenly, he noticed an important detail. She woke him up every time, but she had never touched him, which seemed very strange to him. So this time, he decided to try a slightly different method, and one of the steps involved getting as close to her as possible. And that's what he actually did. But as soon as she started repeating out loud that she saw her, the calm-souled boy simply walked past her. After so many attempts, he realized that she couldn't just attack him until she was sure she could see him. Feng Shui went straight to the kitchen, where she called him so strongly and started preparing breakfast alone, while she stood beside him and repeated that she had prepared it for a long time. Why didn't he want to eat? The boy tried not to pay attention to her, but in his thoughts he still thought that she was a very beautiful girl. But not only that, she was also very cunning, because she had many methods to lure him into a trap. He made a small sandwich, which he ate very reluctantly, because his wife's face was all smeared on the floor, and it was very difficult to eat. But still he realized that the only way out of here was to go outside and, thanks to his wife's understanding, find out what was wrong with this world. Feng Shui got out with the first phase and was able to eat normally. After that, he just needed to leave the apartment. Even in small things, like the door handle, there were provocations from his wife, who tried in every way to stop him and begged him to stay at home with him. But still, he overcame his fear and was able to endure all this. And only thanks to this he managed to get out of the apartment and finally realized that now he had a chance to take revenge. Feng Shui believed that no one could escape 18 murders, and he was obliged to teach a lesson to whoever did this to him and thus take revenge. The guy will definitely find a way to destroy them all, and he planned to start with his wife, but first he wanted to go outside. As soon as he opened the doors that led to the exit, he was horrified by what his eyes saw. But his brain still didn't perceive. But after a few minutes, he realized that there was only one place where all this was possible, and that was hell. His reaction was unexpected even for him, because he started laughing at everything he saw, and it seemed like he went crazy because it was so hard to believe. He simply stood alone on the street and laughed at every monster that passed him, as if it were some kind of circus act. It was hysterical laughter, caused only by the fact that the guy liked that world so much. It was so interesting and unusual, but it was still very difficult to look at it for very long. And at one point he simply couldn't take it anymore and vomited where his eyes were looking. Did he suddenly stop this process because a man approached him and asked how he was feeling and if he needed help? She was a little girl who walked down the street as if nothing had happened, completely alone, and didn't even pay attention to all the monsters she encountered. For a second, he felt so good in his soul, he was so happy to meet an ordinary person. Then he replied that everything was fine with him and that she could just call him brother. He stroked her head because it really calmed him down. But this therapy session didn't last long, because at some point, this girl simply turned into a terrible monster that was ready to devour the guy whole. Feng Shui didn't even try to save himself in any way. He was already so tired of doing this that he just stood there looking at the huge monster, very happy that the guy saw him. The guy kept laughing like crazy and repeating how interesting all of this was to him. He even started pointing fingers at him and saying that he liked her so much in the beginning that he couldn't even imagine that she was some kind of monster. The monster was surprised by the reaction, but still had no intention of stopping the attack, which was aimed directly at the guy's face. A few seconds later, he woke up again and heard the same voice, which sounded somehow new each time. Each time she invented a new reason why he should get up, and in 20 days he heard 20 different options. Fang Xiu was no longer surprised by anything, so even when that same little girl approached him and asked for help because she was lost and couldn't find her mother, he simply ignored her because he was convinced that this world was full of all kinds of monsters. Some looked frightening but were very stupid. Others, though aggressive, were like air, incapable of influencing anything. The third has a shape not unlike a person, and they get as close as possible to the target as if they were relatives, and upon receiving a response, they attack. For example, there was his wife, but despite the fact that an ordinary person cannot detect them, they still pursue him in his role, and it was precisely this moment that the guy did not fully understand. But after several dozen attempts and much reflection, he finally realized that all they really needed was to join him. Fang Xiu gradually began to get used to life in this city, which had similar problems. Even there, he didn't have enough money for ordinary purchases, so he decided for himself that it was time to look for a job. It didn't take long for the young man to find a job, and within the first month, he received a reprimand from his boss, who scolded him for being late for work a record number of times the previous month. He had to resign because such a job was not for him, but in any case, he agreed that he would definitely stop by the office to receive his share of the salary. He didn't wait long and decided to go to the office immediately, as he needed the money immediately. Fang Xiu entered a rather troublesome area, one he had never been to before, but as they explained to him, the office where he was supposed to withdraw his money was there. Suddenly, he stopped near a place that was much more interesting to him than the office he was in such a hurry to get to. This was the Cha Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, which was so different from all the buildings in this world. At that moment, his boss was still calling him, forcing him to work another day. Fang Xiu decided not to argue with him and said it was okay, especially since he had already arrived. After that, he hung up and told himself that there used to be Bailu Academy here, and now it's a mental hospital, although in principle, it didn't matter. At some point, the fear left him completely because he realized that even if something happened, he would have another chance. So without a doubt, he went in and was not embarrassed by the fact that it was scary there because he was interested in finding out what was inside. As soon as he stepped onto the hospital grounds, he immediately felt that he was touching something very soft, but his consciousness did not fully understand what it was. He continued to feel this way, and it seems that at that moment he began to understand why he was not allowed to enter that place. But suddenly his consciousness became clear, and he saw that his hands were touching someone's chest, and it was more than real. As soon as he realized this, he immediately received a good blow to the face. And this was done by a girl who yelled at him that he was a pervert and that she would probably sue him, and Fang Xiu just didn't understand what was going on. He watched with his mouth open as she ran to complain about him to the police officer, who was also very real, and this was not like the world he had been in for several days. Fang Xiu raised his head and saw Bailu Academy again, which he thought was there before the mental hospital was built on this site. It seemed to him that all this was an illusion, and he closed his eyes again, then opened them and saw the psychiatric hospital again, which miraculously appeared there again. He tried to touch at least something, even the walls, but after several attempts he realized that he physically couldn't touch anything. Fang Xiu realized that he could see but not feel, and he was incredibly scared because of this, because he didn't understand what might happen to him next. And he was especially frightened when he thought of what might happen if other people could see it too. He tried again to close his eyes and see something new for himself, because there was only emptiness in his head. He walked down the hallway and thought the ballroom, the dining room, the bathroom. He checked absolutely everything but couldn't find anything. Fang Xiu would not give up, and at some point he encountered something like a barrier that led to a room where there was a very strong smell of blood. He didn't think for long and simply walked until he reached a room where there was only a girl who was crying very loudly until Fang Xiong went to her. He looked at her with a face that showed no emotion. He hoped she was the same as him. But as soon as she got up a little from the bed, it immediately became clear that she was just another monster who had nothing new in mind and just wanted to eat him. Fang Xiong decided not to stay there for long and moved on to the next barrier, which was right behind the monster. He managed to get through without consequences, but unfortunately for him, nothing new awaited him there. There was only a huge monster who was very happy that lunch came to him on its own. But the guy's apathy and his tiredness from having to watch all of this simply saved his life, because he managed to get past these monsters and they couldn't just attack him. He realized that all these barriers were some kind of doors to the chamber. Each of them was open, and behind each of them were at least a dozen monsters, and absolutely any of them could simply walk out whenever they wanted. Just like last time, everyone made these faces, but all the guy did was stay calm. And he was grateful for this peace of mind to his wife, who successfully destroyed him 18 times, and now he is no longer afraid of anything. In the next ward, he saw a pile of sick leave sheets and maps scattered on the floor, from which he was able to glean a good deal of information and thus learn at least something about the place. And the first thought that came to his mind was that this place and all these monsters were created by people, but one thing was still unclear. Who benefits from this? He looked at all these cards and gradually realized that all these terrible wards used to be full of patients. But as soon as he wanted to take them with him, or at least read them, he discovered that it was all just a common illusion. Suddenly, he realized that there was someone in his head besides himself, and it was far more terrifying than an ordinary monster. It was a monster that looked just like the hospital nurse who had approached him so silently. Fang Xiu understood that he could simply ignore her and that she would leave him behind sooner or later. But she was quite persistent, just like his wife. He tried to focus on the fact that if there was a clue in that examination room, then there must be even more elsewhere, but the exact answer must be right in the center, that is, in the dean's office, so he could catch her by surprise. The young man was surprised to learn that the hospital office was located above the sales office. Given this fact, he realized that there was no dean's office on the first floor, and that it was probably upstairs. As soon as he went up to the second floor, he overheard a conversation between two people who said that Fang Xiu hadn't come and that his boss was simply furious, although then it was probably best not to get involved with him. But as soon as Da Hai, who was his boss, saw Fang Xiu, he immediately started shouting in his direction that he shouldn't have come here because he had fired him a long time ago. The man didn't seem to hear what the man was saying and simply walked past them. Zhao Hao and his boss were perplexed by such an act. Zhao Hao looked at his friend and didn't understand what was wrong with him. He usually didn't do this, especially in the presence of his boss. As expected, the boss couldn't contain himself and started yelling at Fang Xiu, who continued to the third floor. Because on the second floor, as expected, he found nothing, so the director decided to take the guy's friend with him and stop him. A minute later, he finally found the dean's office he so desperately needed. Zhao Hao and the director tried to yell at him not to open the doors, but the guy didn't care, pretending he simply didn't hear them. But as soon as he entered the dean's office, he saw a rather unexpected picture in which the dean and his secretary were trying to write an annual report. The dean immediately started yelling at him, "Who let him in there and who was he anyway?" Feng Shu behaved very strangely, especially when he grabbed the girl's hand and started yelling at her, and she yelled back because she was in so much pain. Then he realized that she would bring him nothing useful and let her go. She continued to yell at him, because what right did he have to push her and hit her, but the guy kept walking and didn't react at all. The guy finally found what he had been looking for so long. In front of him was the document that was supposed to help him solve all the mysteries. His eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face for the first time in a few days, because now he understood perfectly that this hospital really did hold big secrets. The young man slowly read the letter, which clearly directed him to office number 520, and remembered that Zhou Qingfeng should be the hospital director, but he was still not sure who the letter was addressed to. Fang Xiu didn't understand how the man could have known he would come one day, but either way, it was in block 520 that he hoped to find all the answers. Suddenly, the lights went out throughout the building, and this greatly alarmed Fang Xiu. The director's secretary started screaming because she was afraid of the dark, so the man ordered Da Hai to solve the problem immediately, which the man did. Fang Xiu took out his cell phone and tried to light his way, but at the same time he thought that this was not just a blackout, especially in that place and at that time, and while he was doing all this, he was being watched by his friend, who was very scared. The guy stood there with his flashlight on, illuminating the darkness and thinking to himself, repeating that this was the Qinshang Psychiatric Hospital where nothing was visible, which made it even more interesting. While Fang Shu just stood there enjoying the process, the director and Dahan tried to solve the problem. But suddenly the director turned to the boy and said that he holds a good position and has certain opportunities, so he has access to more than he can imagine, but he was not talking about work, but about the hidden secrets of the world. After that, he added that there was no cell phone signal or electrical voltage, and taking all the facts into account, unless he was mistaken, of course, he believed that these signals proved one thing. Fang Shu interrupted him and finished his sentence by saying that this was a sign that they had entered the forbidden area. The guy in the office was yelling to the whole neighborhood that his spreadsheet, which he had been working on for several days, simply hadn't been saved just because the power went out, and he felt bad realizing how much work he would have to do to restore everything. Dahan quickly shut his mouth and ordered that instead of shouting, he should go find the shield and repair it at the same time. One of them went downstairs to find the shield, and at the same time he found a security guard who was a little worried because the lights were off. But the guy reassured him, saying that everything was fine. The bad thing was that he would have to work more. People were angry because mobile communications were not working, and now they could not go home or continue their work. Fang Shu realized that the director must have a perfect understanding of what exactly this zone was, so he decided to consult him. The people around didn't understand what they were talking about. What other closed zone? What were they talking about? The director didn't really want to explain anything to them, so they started arguing that something had probably happened, and this started to create a kind of panic. So at one point, the principal couldn't take it anymore and yelled at them to shut up and be silent for a while they tried to solve the problem. Furthermore, he needed silence to say something important, which, as he explained, was a matter of life and death. So it was primarily in their interest to listen carefully and remember. Everyone was silent, but now there was even more fear in their eyes. Now they could only hope for the best. He decided to explain everything to them very simply, so he started with the fact that the supernatural happens in this world. He then added that the so-called Forbidden Zone is a realm of supernatural forces, which can be understood as subspace. Roughly speaking, it is a terrible world. They really didn't want to hear what he was saying, so they started asking each other where Guarjiao was, who had left to change traffic 3 minutes earlier and never returned. But the director wouldn't stop, and continued saying that an ordinary person needs incredible confidence to circumvent the laws of this world. Otherwise, he will die. Dahan listened carefully to his boss, then decided to ask what they should do now. To which the man replied that the only thing they can do in this situation is to come up with a plan with the help of which they can get out of there alive, because no one will let them get out alive. Fang Shu also listened attentively to the director and suddenly felt a very familiar feeling that had been haunting him for a long time. But after a few seconds, he realized that they were already there, and it was time to do everything to survive. His friends didn't understand what he was talking about, who they were, and why he thought they were already there. They were so excited that they didn't even notice the monster grab their friend and start strangling her. Meanwhile, they continued to talk to him and prove that he was lying to them and that there was no one there. But as soon as he said that Wang Xiaoli had disappeared, their faces suddenly changed, and it was obvious to everyone that something was really wrong there. The girl next to her simply couldn't believe it. Where could she have gone? She was literally right there. This girl was suddenly surrounded in the same way by a mysterious force that drove her mad. She tried to call her friend, but to no avail. The guys who couldn't believe it at some point admitted that some of them had indeed disappeared, and maybe Fang Shu was right after all. The director was one of the few who didn't panic and asked Fang Shu to describe them if, of course, he saw what they looked like. The boy told him that, in fact, he hadn't noticed anything, only that Vanya Xiao had disappeared. The office staff began to panic even more, wondering why Fang Shu was so calm. They believed he was obsessed with this and clearly knew something. The director suddenly realized at that moment that the guy was actually very calm and didn't seem afraid of them. Could he really be an Esper? But Fang Shu didn't understand what he was talking about, that is, who was Esper. The man was so surprised he didn't even blink when they appeared. And he doesn't know them? The director thought about who this young man was, but still couldn't help but explain that an esper is a person who has paranormal abilities. For example, his cousin was one of them. He also added that the best way to defeat these monsters is to use the guy's abilities, that is, the esper, to the fullest. Fang Shu immediately understood what the director was trying to convey to him. He understood that espers essentially practice their skills in these places. The man didn't expect that the guy would have such a clear mind even at such times, and that he would be able to understand everything so accurately. But on the other hand, he perfectly understood that this was very good, because he could become the key to escaping from there. Therefore, he decided not to hide and tell everything he knows. That is, that his brother said that to become an esper, you need to use your power to the maximum. And for this, as everyone knew, two conditions were enough. Experiencing baptism with fear of death, but encouraging the soul to suffer, this was the first condition. The second was to allow supernatural forces to enter his body. But he immediately added that one must remember that an esper's power is like a bloody rag, because when they use this power, they cannot help but desecrate the soul. Although Fang Shu didn't fully understand everything, in any case, he was confident that he could handle this task perfectly. Because of the cycle of rebirth, he never touched them, nor his wife, nor the streets filled with monsters, and they were all just an illusion that could not be touched. But in his head was a thought that if they materialized and exploded into reality, they would be able to destroy people immediately, one by one. At the same moment, he realized that this could work in a completely different direction, because if you tried to touch them, in theory it could work, and he could use forces to destroy them. Therefore, he decided that no matter what, he must become that very esper. But suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of people who began to panic as they realized that another person had disappeared. The principal was already tired of reminding them how to behave properly in such cases, so he couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at them to shut up if they didn't want to be called here. The director's secretary had already started crying at what was happening, as she didn't want to disappear to the point where she was already hysterical. But suddenly the noise died down and none of them spoke anymore, because each of them heard Fang Shu's voice, who said that people disappear every 2 or 3 minutes, to be more precise, women every 2 minutes and men every 3. He didn't just think so and gave clear examples. 3 minutes after Guarjiao disappeared, Wang Xiaoli disappeared. Well, 2 minutes after the girl disappeared, Jia Liang disappeared. So he decided to summarize that everything was correct. 3 minutes had already passed, and that could only mean that someone had disappeared. Each of them could not say a word, because they listened to him with the same attention as always, because each of them understood that their lives depended directly on that young man. But after a few seconds, they still needed to speak, because Fang Shu at one point simply started walking in the darkness and didn't even pay attention to the fact that the others were trying to call him. Fang Shu was irritated with each of them, not understanding why they were asking such stupid questions. Of course, he was looking for something, and they would just stand there and wait until they were captured too. But the director didn't want to talk to him in a calm tone, so he started yelling at him to stop. Fang Shu did not respond to this aggression, but he added that there were no more than 8 people there, and according to calculations, in about 20 minutes, all of them would be destroyed. The director became even more irritated after these words, because the guy is exactly like them. How can he know all of this? But as soon as the guy turned to him and looked into his eyes, the man quickly shut his mouth, after which Fang Shu added that if he shouted one more word, he would finish him off right there. Fang Shu and his best friend decided to reconnoiter the situation together, and when they went out into the hallway, Fang Shu asked his friend to be extremely careful and to keep noise to a minimum. The boy remained calm until he saw the light at the end of the corridor and everything would be fine, but it was obvious to him that this light was very similar to the one in that hospital. Fang Shu started running, and his friend asked him not to rush so much, when suddenly he stopped and realized that they were back at Qingshan Mental Hospital. And this time, Fang Shu wasn't the only one who saw all this, because his friend suddenly almost started screaming at what he was seeing. He couldn't understand how they ended up in a mental hospital because of some horror movie, when they should have been in the office. It was surprising to Fang Shu that his friend saw this hospital exactly the same way. Now it became even more interesting for the subject to observe all this, because he began to understand that, in fact, the hospital subspace and its reality had become one, as had its inhabitants. From that moment on, it was no surprise to him that before they could not see the hospital, but now, as it turned out, the hospital had swallowed his office and they were always inside. Now they both understood what the Forbidden Zone truly meant, especially after they found the guard's uniform and attire. These were definitely Uncle Zhao's things. Fang Shu suggested that all office workers have regular facial features, a slender figure, and a body mass index within the normal range, and it seems that this is why the monster ate men in 3 minutes and women respectively in 2. This is the difference in the time it takes to detect missing people. The boy's friend still couldn't believe that they had all been simply eaten alive, leaving only small scraps of clothing. Fanxia decided not to answer this question, but said that Jiako had just been taken away, so they were now relatively safe. But at the same time, it was difficult to comprehend the fact that a monster was eating him somewhere right now. The guy started thinking logically. He knew that most of them were locked in the chambers. But suddenly a door opened somewhere. It turned out that they managed to escape, but all the time they were never found. Furthermore, the clothes were very clean and there was blood at the cuts, which means they were working with something very sharp. And as soon as the guy realized that it could be someone he had already met, for example, a health professional who could move freely throughout the hospital, the same nurse appeared before him. She disappeared as imperceptibly as she had appeared, so the guys were on alert and expected a blow from anywhere. The director and everyone who decided to go with him to explore the territory gradually began to understand that his office had changed a lot, and now it no longer looked the same. The boys were preparing for the worst, when at one point they began to hear footsteps coming from the hallway, but they never imagined they would see their friends there. As soon as the chief saw them, he immediately started raising his voice and asking how they got there and if they found the missing people. But as soon as everyone looked at the boys, both the boss and the secretary noticed that next to them were the clothes of the missing men and, most importantly, fresh blood. The director couldn't believe what he was seeing, as he understood that there was a high probability that those people had simply been eaten. The girl simply started begging the man to leave that place as soon as possible because she was scared to watch all of this. He completely agreed with her, so all he could add was to ask her to run away as quickly as possible. After that, he turned directly to Fang Shu and asked the young man to lead them and do this as quickly as possible. But all they saw in Fang Shu's response were crazy eyes that said the time had already come and he just wanted to deal with her. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, nor did they fully understand what he wanted to do, but they were still uncomfortable with his words. They noticed he wasn't even looking at them, so they decided to turn their heads to where he was looking and were horrified by what they saw. The nurse who came to collect the next victim did not wait, and again began to take another body with her and enjoy the taste of fresh meat. Obviously, everyone except Fang Shu had no idea how to behave properly, so they immediately started running away from trouble and trying to hide from this monster. But will they succeed? The director stopped suddenly because he realized that his girlfriend had been grabbed and was being pulled by the legs at that moment, and the man thought about how close she was to him. The conclusion was obvious to him, so he hit her and asked her not to touch her anymore, to let her deal with her problems alone and not interfere with him. After that, he continued his escape and passed 2 guys who were watching and understood that they would probably have to fight this monster. Fang Xiu knew very well that this was a monster and what it was, because he had met it before, but then he managed to pay absolutely no attention and everything ended up fine. Until the last moment, the girl begged Wang Xiao not to leave him, but the nurse was already very close to her and even let her hair down to catch the next victim. She looked at the 2 guys through the jungle that the monster had artificially created and still hoped that they would help her, but the guys just stood there and continued doing so. The nurse took the scalpel, which she would use to deal with the girl, and was ready to begin the process of cutting into the body. Zhao screamed her name and tried to cover his eyes with his hand because it was very difficult for him to watch this process while his friend was being cut, and the worst part was that he couldn't do anything about it. The nurse was already very involved in the process, and there was practically nothing left of the young woman who simply worked in the office, but the monster continued to cut her piece by piece. Fang Xiu watched this madness intently, but he wasn't concerned about the girl, but rather the nurse's perfection with her scalpel. This woman, if we can call her that, must have performed many operations in this hospital before turning into a monster. The boy understood that even though he and Zhao were nearby, it wouldn't stop her, and she continued to cut into Fei's body because it was impossible to operate on multiple patients at the same time, and it was too obvious. But still, every operation always comes to its logical end, and this one is no exception, so the nurse put her scalpel aside and began to eat. Fang Xiu watched all this madness for a long time and decided to tell her friend that her killing method was nothing more than cannibalism. But he didn't stop there and continued to approach her directly without listening to what his friend told him that it was better not to do that, as she was very dangerous. While she was trying to finish eating her victim, Fang Xiu had already gotten close enough and was ready to execute his plan. After standing still for a while and going over all the actions in his head, Fang Xiu finally made up his mind and delivered the desired blow right to the monster's head. As soon as he raised his hand, which was covered in blood, it was very strange for him to feel that this monster was so hard, like steel, because it was not visible from the outside. The guy realized that all the monsters he saw before seemed to have so much power that a person simply cannot resist them, and maybe the only way to change the situation is to become an esper. Zhao still tried to reach his friend and convince him to flee, as it was very dangerous to stay next to a monster that had destroyed several lives in a short period of time. But the man remained standing and added that this monster has a rather strange way of capturing its victims, one person at a time, from the crowd. First, it captures, kills, and then devours them, and it can logically be assumed that the safest moment for them is when it devours its victim. Joe agreed with him, but he thought it best to leave anyway, because the nurse was already finishing her meal, and if they stayed, they would clearly be next. Fang Xiu remained so calm that he even added that if you considered the size of Fei's breasts, the monster would obviously take longer to devour her body. Zhao's feelings were getting worse by the second, because he just thought that that monster had essentially eaten Fei completely and there was nothing left of her. At the same time, Fang Xiu remained absolutely calm and only said what Wang Xiao told him, that to transform into an esper, his power needs to pass through his soul, and this must certainly happen in a place saturated with his energy, and this process will be faster. Considering all these nuances, he decided he needed to act right now, so he carefully placed his hand on the monster's body to feel all the energy within it. Zhao couldn't believe what he was seeing, because he thought his friend wanted to sleep with that monster. He'd seen a lot in his life, but something like this seemed too much for him. Fang Xiu didn't answer, but still explained that he wanted to stay in that place a little longer and finish his business, so if Zhao wanted, he could leave right now. But the boy was even more scared when he thought that he would have to walk alone through these corridors, so he decided that he would stay with his friend, even if he didn't support his hobby. If he stays, Fang Xiu will ask him to participate in the ritual and also place his hand on the monster to feel everything for himself. The first thing the guy felt was an incredible cold that penetrated his entire body down to the smallest cells, and it seemed like it was simply impossible. A few seconds later, the man said he still felt the same sensation, but Fang Xiu still felt nothing. What could this mean? But as it turned out, Zhao touched a woman's leg for the first time. Even though she was a monster, his feelings still crossed all limits of what was permitted. Fang Xiu looked at this pervert and thought that if he ignored all his fear, then his friend would adapt quickly enough, which was quite unexpected. But time was running out and the monster would soon move on to its next victim, so they decided it was time to leave that place as quickly as possible. The clock struck 1 minute and 30 seconds. And Fang Xiu simply ran out so fast that Zhao didn't even have time to understand what had happened. But his instinct for self-preservation still kicked in, and he was able to quickly turn around and run after his friend, simultaneously asking him what he was doing and how they would proceed next. Fang Xiu replied that when he first entered the building, he paid attention to the layout, and along the way, he managed to remember every corridor and turn, so they rushed to a clearly designated location. But that's not all. This knowledge will help them escape this monster long enough for it to find another victim, which will give them time to think again about what to do next. The plan didn't work out before it even started, because as they ran down the corridor, Fang Shu felt the full weight of that monster on her, as she was already above him. The guy didn't understand how this was possible. If she had really changed tactics, why did she still have 2 minutes left and yet she dropped everything and went after them? But when Fang Shu turned his head to make sure she had finished eating the previous victim, he saw that only the girl's implants remained, which should have given them a little more time, but she didn't eat them. The guy understood that this was probably the end and even he couldn't do anything about it, so from that moment on, he cursed the implants. Fang Shu opened his eyes again and realized that he had not woken up in his usual place, as usual, in his room, but in that very same mental hospital. He began to realize that he had simply returned to the moment he felt that monster's thigh. He had the feeling that this was some kind of video game where he could save and simply return to where he was last time. It was very strange to him, but still he realized that he was being preserved in the same place where he had died last time, and this gave him some advantage. The guy remembered this whole level system, where the first level was his apartment and his wife, and the second was the hospital, where he is now. Fang Shu decided to think logically and realized that if he had already passed the first one, he would automatically save in the second one. Then he remembered that they didn't have much time because his friend had implants and they needed to escape. He understood that he had to do this now because he couldn't make the same mistake over and over again, so he tapped Zhao on the head and told him they needed to leave. But his friend clearly wanted to stay a little longer. But the boy understood that they no longer had time, as she had already reached the final stage of eating his body, so they needed to leave immediately. This time, Fang Shu decided to choose a different escape route, namely the stairs, and go down as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, they managed to catch up to Wang Xiao, who, along with the others, was also rushing down the stairs as quickly as possible. The guy tried to yell at him, but the director kept running as fast as he could and kept repeating that they were already there and needed to get away as quickly as possible. Suddenly, after these words, Fang Shu decided to jump straight towards them, and he did so perfectly as he managed to stand right in front of them. Khan couldn't believe he saw the guy in front of him because he thought they had been captured a long time ago. Zhao decided to intervene in the conversation and ask why they were running so slowly they needed to speed up. After such a phrase, they immediately became angry with him, because they had already descended 20 floors, but there was no end to them, and besides, why would they run even faster? Zhao was very surprised when he heard this, because they had only gone down 3 floors and found them. They started yelling at him again because they were 100% sure this simply couldn't happen. Why was he deceiving them? Suddenly, their screams and arguments were interrupted by the director, who was scared to death, as the idea occurred to him that monsters might be right inside the walls. After that, he grabbed the man who was next to him and started shouting that his older brother told him that these creatures can create illusions. For example, modify walls. He also added that a person who fell into this trap would be doomed to be trapped in it for the rest of his days because it simply distorted space and time. Fang Shu listened to this guy and wasn't sure if he had confidence in himself because these monsters could actually bend space. The boy watched them arguing for a long time and suggested that they throw their things on the ground where they had already passed. The director fully supported his idea because if they make notches, at some point they will be able to get out of this illusion. None of the big team cared because after all, it's much better than going down 20 floors in a row. After leaving some things behind, Fang Shu suggested that they continue descending and try to focus on their safety. The director knew very well that this guy was the key to getting out of this place alive, so he undoubtedly ran after him first. But suddenly, Fang Shu stopped and stood still like a statue. Zhao walked up to him and tried to speak. His friend simply didn't understand why he stopped so abruptly. What was wrong? Fang Shu didn't even hear him at that moment because he entered a state where the entire world became a completely different color, and it was difficult to understand what was wrong there. But this silence was interrupted by other people who started shouting that those were their things. One guy even saw his flashlight, which he had forgotten. The girl who was next to him also added that she saw her money there, which she threw away a few minutes ago. Fang Xiu picked up one of these things and understood perfectly well that it was an illusion, and it was unlikely that anything could be done with it. The director decided to put an end to this panic and shouted that everyone should shut up, because his brother told him that only an esper can see all these illusions, and an ordinary person simply does not have such an opportunity, so he began to ask everyone who could show courage to check. He clasped his hands together and added that he doesn't know when he will be captured, but he wants to show the powers of an esper before he dies, and if he can, he will become one of them, and in that case, his family will respect him. They looked at him and didn't understand what he was doing, but still wondered how they could verify if he had such abilities. So they decided to repeat what the director did, because they basically had no other choice. Fang Xiu really didn't want to watch this, so he decided to go down a little further, and at that moment he thought he remembered that in the old hospital layout there was no elevator, but there was a staircase next to it, which meant he could be saved in the current layout. The director realized that the guy had gone somewhere and understood that he couldn't just let him go somewhere. So he immediately started shouting in his direction and asking where he had gone, to which the boy gave him a clear answer that instead of praying, it was better to focus on finding a way out. The man watched the boy very carefully and thought he was concentrating too much. He even remembered the moment the nurse first appeared. Then, unlike everyone else, he didn't rush off somewhere, but simply seemed to be stuck to the wall and didn't move. The man understood that they had run to the elevator without them, and that Fei Fei was still with them, that she was definitely not with them anymore. Analyzing all these facts, he became interested in the question of how they managed to spend so much time with this creature and why it did not destroy them. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even think of approximate reason for what they did. While the man was trying to reason, Zhao and Fang Xiu stood near the wall, and the boy was feeling the wall with his hand, and his friend didn't quite understand what he was doing, so he asked him to explain so he could help him. The guy didn't respond and continued doing what he started. Besides just touching the wall, he also continued counting. And when Fang Xiu reached number 15, he suddenly stopped, and his gaze suddenly changed, because he had finally found what he was looking for. Just as he thought this, a huge iron door appeared in front of him, which at first only he could see, and then the director, who ran and started shouting that he had also seen that door. He rushed in, as he had already said that they were safe and that everything would be fine. But there was a problem. The door was locked, and they couldn't open it that easily. Fang Xiu understood that they couldn't see the doorknob that was there, so he would have to complete the task and open the doors himself. They watched him carefully, and watched as he simply moved his hand across the door and tried to open it. But at one point he still managed to turn the handle, and everyone heard a clear sound, which signaled that the door was finally open. As soon as the door opened completely, they saw nothing but darkness and a terrifying energy, but it seemed like they had no other choice. The boy decided he would be the first to enter because, of all of them, he was the one who understood survival best. But the director, who believed that this door was their salvation, decided that he had the right to enter first, so he immediately pushed Fang Xiu and ran out, saying that he was finally saved. And everyone else ran after him. They were so happy that they were finally saved and that they got out of that horror. Zhao stopped suddenly, not understanding why his friend had stopped and not gone with the others. Was he really trying to check something? After that, Fang Xiu added in a calm voice that since they had already decided to test themselves, it was better to run faster if they didn't want to bump into her. Another guy intervened in their conversation, scaring them a little as he didn't understand why they were there and invited them to run away with him, as he didn't want to blame himself for their deaths. But Fang Xiu just wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be the last and that he would soon awaken the power of the esper. Besides, he considered himself lucky to be in that hospital and to meet those creatures, that it was even sad to leave. The boys, led by the headmaster, ran until he suddenly ordered them to stop and stop running. The thing was, they ran into a place where there were 2 exits, one of which they needed to go in. But the problem was, they had no idea which one they needed. One of them suggested that his friend go left and check everything there at the same time. But he wasn't going anywhere since he was so smart, so the guy suggested he go for a walk there. The discussion was suddenly interrupted by Fang Xiu, who was calmly walking towards the exits. Did the director try to talk to the guy and find out which way out he would choose? The boys supported the director and said that if he had found that door, then he would find a way out now, which made the guy funny because at first they pushed him off the road, and when the choice between life and death arose, they suddenly remembered him. One of them couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at him and rudely asked him to answer questions. They tried to calm him down and said that Fang Xiu was already doing everything he could, so it was worth calming down. But how wrong they were, because Fang Xiu turned to them and said that he didn't care about each of them at all, as he only saw them as pieces of meat. But for now he will still help them, because the nurse is invincible, so if they want to buy time, they must choose the one who will sacrifice his life for the sake of others. Everyone who was there suddenly started running, because they heard that same voice and knew very well who could be emitting it. Fang Xiu really enjoyed watching this. Besides, he knew that she was already there, and now she would probably catch someone in her chains. And it seemed that the first candidate for this role would be Khan, who, due to his excess weight, clearly could not run as fast as the others. The nurse could have destroyed him long ago, but it was as if she didn't mind playing with him a little longer either. The man understood that, given the speed at which he was running, he had less chance. So he began to accelerate as much as he could, because the thought that he was about to die motivated him a lot. The nurse was already very close and about to attack, and the man himself understood this very well. Therefore, he literally began to cry, because he did not want to die so much, and the mere thought that he would soon come to an end disturbed him so much that he did not give up until the end. Even so, he found a way out of the situation. That is, to irritate his colleague, he pulled her by the shirt and threw her back, so that she would look directly at him. The guy understood that this was the end of his life, and all he could say was that Khan was a complete creature. After that, he was silent forever. The man was glad that he was not the one who was caught, but that the guy gave him the opportunity to escape, so he was grateful to him for such a service. Fang Xiu ran up to him and thought that at that moment the humanity they felt for each other had disappeared, and in fact, they were no longer different from her. But anyway, he didn't care about each of them, because now the guy only thought that the time had come to awaken that same power within himself, to prevent deaths from happening again from then on. Zhao tried to shout for him to run away too, but it seems he forgot that it was simply pointless to do so. But then he saw that his friend decided to pet the creature again. After that, he remembered that touching it made his heart flutter, and he no longer felt lonely. So, he ran to his friend and started asking her that the next time he felt her up, if it wasn't too difficult for him, she should ask to have the same opportunity. Fang Xiu didn't mind, so he allowed it. And as he watched his friend, he only thought about how beautiful today was. He simply had no words. The guy wasn't sure if his friend Zhao would be able to become an esper, but one thing he knew for sure. The two of them would escape from there. Time had reached its logical end again, so they began to flee from there. And on the way, Fang Xiong became interested in asking his friend if he was afraid that she might kill him, to which he confidently replied that there is always a chance of dying. But for now, with Fang Xiu by his side, he will live. Suddenly, they stopped at some point, then ran into the dining room, and someone clearly started joking that they were very hungry and it was time for a snack. The director was no less happy, as he knew very well that in canteens there is usually an emergency exit, which he suggested they find as quickly as possible and leave together. Fang Xiu and Zhao couldn't believe that all they could think about at this moment was food, but Han corrected him, because they didn't mind having fun with girls right now either. They and the director laughed at this, but were suddenly interrupted by a female voice, who clearly said that she had found some kind of door. The director immediately stopped her and asked her not to do anything. He wanted to go first and check everything. He approached the door with the words that he had finally found salvation, and that they could leave. So the first thing he did was try to open the doors and get out of there. The guys who weren't in a big hurry to get there suddenly felt the tension they normally feel when someone approaches them, so they started to get a little nervous about it. The director paid no attention to this and even added that it seemed the door was open and that they could calmly enter and finally leave. But as soon as he opened the door, it immediately became clear that this was an ordinary warehouse. Or in other words, a dead end that would lead them nowhere. The man started to get extremely angry about this because he was tired of walking from one dead end to another. He believed that there was simply no way out of there. They were trapped. Fang Xiu at that moment thought that they were mistaken and that they had to go to another passage. But nothing could be changed. He understood perfectly that now there is no time to return, although some managed to escape. But they do not know how far they need to go. How many lives will be lost during that time? Fang Xiu began to think about returning to the nurse, but his friend, as if reading his thoughts, suddenly told him that if he returned, he would fall straight into her clutches. The people who were still alive started saying that it was Fang Xiu's fault because he had chosen this path and told him to keep quiet if he didn't know where to go, but the guy just smiled in response because he found it very funny to hear that. Zhao started to defend his friend because how dare they say that when they themselves asked him to show them the way, and now you blame him alone for all the problems. He believed that this was not normal. Khan started arguing with him and said that they could also help, but they didn't think the guy would lead them into a trap because they trusted his choice 100%. As soon as Zhao wanted to respond, he was stopped by the director, who decided to stop arguing, especially since in their position it was inappropriate. Now he believed that first they needed to come up with a plan to escape from there. After that, he decided to think a little, saying that the monster attacks only one person at a time. That is, they have 2 to 3 minutes between attacks, and this can only mean one thing, that they can choose a victim and deliver it into the clutches of the monster, after which they will have a chance of salvation. Fang Xiu felt very strange after hearing what the director said. The principal saw this and started walking straight towards him with a very irritated expression on his face. The man tried to grab the boy by the shirt and tell him that he would be the next victim, as no one wants to be in a desperate situation, and that way he could atone for his guilt. Zhao immediately ran to his friend and at the same time shouted to the director that there was no need to do this, that this was a huge mistake on his part. The guy quickly ran up to him and strangled him, trying to control him and stop him from doing anything. The director began to panic and asked Khan for help so that the fat pig could help him as quickly as possible. That's what Khan did immediately, literally attacking the guy just to help his boss. Suddenly, the door leading to the warehouse closed by itself, and even Fang Xiu didn't understand what was happening. Everyone inside simply didn't understand what was happening, and there was nothing in their eyes but fear. The director looked at the man's shadow and yelled that he was crazy for even thinking of doing something like that. The boy replied that he always thought he wouldn't be able to show feelings for people, but he never imagined that these monsters would be so interesting, so he thanked them for helping him show interest in this world. After that, he smiled and said he would thank you next time. As soon as the monster arrived and took Fang Xiu's body with it, everyone else immediately broke down the doors and rushed out of the closet. After that, they started running wherever they saw them, and Zhao started crying, knowing that he had just lost his best friend. The director really liked the movie because he had basically accomplished his plan, and now all that was left for him was to survive, so his mood began to improve. But this state didn't last long for him, because as soon as he turned his head to look at Fang Xiu's body again, he saw his head smiling, and it made him uncomfortable. A few seconds later, Fang Xiu woke up again and was right next to Zhao, who, like him, was stroking the monster's leg. He decided to do exactly the same as last time, so he told Zhao that they were leaving right now, which left his friend quite surprised. But the guy didn't finish and added that the girl had implants, so they didn't have much time. Zhao was surprised by this for a while, but he still followed his friend. Fang Xiu walked down the corridor and smiled, because now he knew what he would do next and he liked it very much. Just like last time, he came out of nowhere and appeared right in front of the director and all the other guys. The story simply repeated itself, as did the conversation about why they had descended so slowly, and they again said they had already descended 20 floors. But what a surprise they were when they saw Fang Xiong opening the doors in the middle of the floor, and now the illusion had disappeared for them. The director was shocked to see that the guy managed to get out of that maze so quickly, but the others didn't care. They just wanted to get out of that hell. Suddenly, the man decided to ask Fang Xiu if he wasn't one of those people, because when he found a way out so quickly, it was obvious that he knew where to go, so the director added that he would just follow him. The boy decided not to answer that question at all. He just said that she would be arriving in just a minute and that everyone should get ready. The man decided to talk to her again and added that he now considers the boy an esper because he can calculate her timings. So he immediately decided to offer the boy a good amount of money to get him out of there. Fang Xiu turned to him with a smile and asked the man not to be too hasty with such requests, as the young man still had some things to do. The man didn't quite understand what business he was talking about and what he needed to do there. But that was where the conversation ended, because Fang Xiu suddenly turned around and punched the man right between the legs with all his strength. Any man would have screamed in pain, and the director was no exception. As soon as this happened, he screamed in the entire hospital because it really was so painful. After such a blow, the guy just added that those were the same 5 million he had offered him. He hoped that would be enough for him. The man continued to writhe in pain, and despite this, he tried to tell the boy that this was not enough for him and that he would definitely answer for this. But Fang Xiu didn't care about his every word, his every sentence, and, in the end, himself. Khan and the others immediately attacked him with questions about why he did this, why he had to defeat the boss, and that, too, in such a delicate place. The guy told them that the monster was so fast that it would take less than a minute to destroy any of them. So if Wang Xiao lost his strength, he would definitely become prey, so he asked them to consider this as some kind of help. Khan didn't quite understand how he helped them when he hit the boss, but the guys behind him suddenly agreed with Fang Xiu. Apparently they were the only ones who understood what the essence of this move was. But before the man had time to ask another question that interested him, Fang Xiu began to smile very strangely and then attacked again. This time his victim turned out to be Khan himself, who writhed in pain just as much because the blow to him was much weaker than to the director. Not that the boys were against it, but no one was in favor either, because they thought such behavior was too harsh. For one of them, this was more than too much, so he started pestering the boy again and asking him repeatedly why he was doing this. On the one hand, he understood why the guy hit Wang Xiao, but why touch Khan? But Fang Xiu didn't answer this question. He simply continued with his business. After a few steps, he turned around and replied that that blow was only in case of fire. Zhao was enchanted by his friend. He liked him more every second. His ferocity suited him very well. Everyone who was still alive began to discuss that Fang Xiu was somehow inappropriate and not behaving in the best manner, and one of them began to suspect that he might do the same thing to one of them, so he should be careful. But their dialogue and discussion were suddenly interrupted by Fang Xiu himself, who told them that if they all went to the right together, they would probably stay there. But if they went to the left, they would continue to live. There was little time, and they had to decide as best they could and as quickly as possible. They really didn't want to listen to him and started asking why he didn't go left first, if that path was safe. Did he really want to use all of them so they would throw away their skates because of him? Fang Xiu didn't answer these stupid questions, so he simply added that they would have exactly 10 seconds to escape while he massaged her thighs. None of those present understood what this psychopath was talking about. What were the other thighs, and who was he going to crush there? Zhao seemed to be the only one who understood what we were talking about just now, so he immediately ran to his friend and asked him to stay with him so that he could also let him wrinkle his thighs. During the conversations, the same nurse who had come to look for her next victim appeared and was ready to choose her. Everyone there immediately started running towards wherever they saw them, and one of them shouted that it would be better to turn left, just like Fang Xiu said. They ran around the first corner and simply decided to watch what would happen there, hoping only for the best. They watched as Fang Xiu calmly stood there, watching the nurse slowly approach her two victims, ready to eat them. The director even tried to beg the guy for mercy and begged as much as he could for him to help him. But suddenly he fell silent as he looked at his hand, on which there was a lot of blood, and he was perfectly aware at that moment that it was his blood. He started blaming the guy for everything, so with what strength he had left, he simply attacked him to at least get revenge. But he couldn't get any closer than the guy's leg, so Fang Xiu had to bend down to tell the man that he didn't need to worry, because he wouldn't go anywhere and would stay with him until the end. Furthermore, Fang Xiu really wants to stay here, just to see the man end his life in this very place. The director may have wanted to add something, but he couldn't, because his face was suddenly covered by hands that were known to belong to. The nurse couldn't wait any longer, so she started her hunt right now and even chose a man as her victim. From the cut on the director's head, a large amount of blood dripped onto Fang Xiu, but this didn't bother him in the slightest, as he enjoyed the taste of revenge and simply asked the director not to do wrong to him. But suddenly he felt an incredible pain in his heart and chest, which made him start laughing hysterically, a pain that he could not stop. Suddenly his wife appeared before his face, to whom he smiled very much and hoped that one day the day would come when she would die in his arms. He was looking forward to such happiness. The guy couldn't believe that Fang Xiu was actually going to grope his girlfriend's thighs. It was so disgusting. As soon as Fang Xiu turned around and looked at Zhao, the guy immediately realized that he wanted to join him and wanted to grab that monster's thighs. But when he looked closer at his friend, he saw a monster staring right at him. Now the guy wasn't completely sure that this was his friend Fang Xiu, who he was friends with. Now he looked the same as the nurse, and not only to him, because the guys who survived also shouted at him that he was a monster. The guy suddenly realized that he actually started turning into that same monster, and this clearly happened after 20 kills and revenge. Then his head started to go crazy. He looked at everything that was happening at that moment and found himself thinking that he had already stopped showing any sympathy and that it was unlikely that he would be able to restore his humanity. But he still had hope in the form of Zhao, who was looking at him with hungry eyes. And Fang Xiu understood perfectly that he still had a chance. Therefore, he decided that if his friend did not want to, then he would not force him, because in fact, he was no one to force him to do so. Suddenly, Zhao himself interrupted all his thoughts and told his friend that he was an ordinary loser from an ordinary family. He looked straight at Fang Xiu and continued saying that, of all of them, only he allowed him to go with him. Only he became a true friend to him, something he had missed so much throughout his adult life. So the guy summed up that he believes him as his own brother, and even if he is dangerous, he will still follow him to the end. The guy also added that Fang Xiu started looking very strange, as if he had transformed into some kind of animal. Fang Xiu was pleased to hear every word his friend said to him, but talking about the monster was clearly unnecessary, so he decided not to reply at all. Zhao looked at Wang Xiao's head and still couldn't believe that he was the monster's next victim. But anyway, at that moment he didn't care at all, because his original goal was to touch that monster's thigh, which he did literally a second later. Now they were doing this procedure together. As they touched their thighs, Zhao decided to ask Fang Xiu why he chose them as victims, why the director and Han. Fang Xiu replied that this monster runs much faster than them, so it was necessary to sacrifice one's life in exchange for time, and if they hadn't chosen them, then they would have both chosen Fang Xiu, who is always opposing them, or Zhao, who simply means nothing to them. Now Zhao understood why his friend did what he did, because when he heard the explanation, everything became crystal clear. Just as Zhao was about to thank his friend for his concern, Fang Xiu interrupted him and asked him to wait and be silent for a while. After all, he felt a kind of cold that permeated his entire body, from his heels to his head, and he was interested to know if Zhao had this sensation. Zhao used to feel this way, but now he doesn't feel that way anymore. He just sits back and enjoys his work. The guy felt that sensation again, and was now almost 100% sure that it was definitely not his imagination. Now he felt how the power of this monster penetrated directly into his body, and every vessel in his body, now besides blood, was filled with incredible power. He continued to hold her leg, and thought that at first he didn't feel that energy, but when they reached a turning point, then he began to feel the cold that ran through his entire body, and began to think that this was really an omen of the awakening of the power. But when he turned his head and looked at his friend, who, upon hearing that the girl was cold, immediately began to warm her in every way he knew, Fang Xiu realized that it was unlikely that his friend would understand him. Zhao understood that they couldn't sit there for long, so he invited his only friend to leave, but Fang Xiu told him that this time they could take their time. The reason for this was that he sensed a point of energy concentration near Khan, which could mean that he would be the next victim. Zhao was happy about this, of course, but either way, he believed they should be saved no matter what. But he was very interested in knowing why he couldn't feel her as well as Fang Xiu. The boy explained to him that he most likely had no choice between life and death, So even with such close contact, he couldn't feel the same way he felt. Zhao thought about what his friend had told him and remembered that he had lived with Fang Xiu his entire adult life, but he couldn't remember a time when his friend had been on the brink of life and death. They both understood that Khan was well-fed and weighed a lot of kilos for his height, so the nurse would need at least 5 minutes to take care of his body. Then Fang Xiu told him that they would harass her for another 2 minutes, but after 3 they would definitely need to escape. From that moment on, Fang Xiu concentrated to the utmost, and the energy of this monster, and at the same time, its power, which he so desperately wanted to obtain for himself, began to flow through him again. As he did so, he thought about the fact that he could feel her penetrating his body, but he didn't understand exactly what she was going through. And then he thought that this process occurs through the spirit that is in his soul, and as he knew, the soul is an amorphous concept that a person invents for himself. The guy succumbed to all temptations, and now he could smell, hear, smell, and even feel the entire palette of flavors that a monster girl could feel. This feeling and everything that was happening to him at that moment was far greater than all his expectations, because he had become so much stronger and smarter in such a short time. Now, to him, the true essence of this world appeared before him, and it seemed to him that this was exactly what is called power. From that moment on, he understood that he could also use this power. But the thought also crossed his mind that his powers had only awakened 1%. So he needed to fuse with these monsters many more times to gain real power. The Esper's abilities are the power of the awakened soul. What he wants, what he needs, that will be his manifestation. But the main question in this case was, what does he still want? What does his soul thirst for? Suddenly, he felt pain again, and at the height of this incredibly difficult feeling, he realized that his ability is pain, which appears every time he attacks, he feels pain. Does it really consist only of inner suffering? However, when he died, he felt no physical pain, only mental torment. It turns out he can make people feel the same way. After this conclusion, he began to laugh a lot and enjoy his power even more, as he began to like it so much that at times, he even went crazy. Zhao, who was beside him at that moment, noticed that his friend seemed to have succeeded. But Fang Xiu paid no attention to his friend trying to talk to him, but only thought about how wonderful it would be to make the monsters feel the same way they felt for him, how he longed for that. Fang Xiu enjoyed this process as much as possible, but was interrupted by Zhao, who was trying with all his might to convey to the boy that 2 minutes had already passed. But he replied to his friend that he wanted to stay there for a while to test the new skills he had managed to acquire. Zhao didn't dissuade him, moreover, he began to congratulate him from the bottom of his heart, because as Wang Xiao said, he finally managed to become that very Esper. Fang Xiu tried to focus on using his skills for now on that monster, which had already practically eaten its victim and would soon want a new one. He concentrated all the pain accumulated over 21 deaths into his fist and was ready to transfer all that suffering to the monster. Fang Xiu, after a brief preparation, decided to attack right now, and at the same time, he thought that if the pain increased, he would become stronger, so he was well aware that his strength could be absolutely limitless. He delivered a rather powerful blow to the monster, saying that she was lucky to be the first to experience all this feeling. As soon as he attacked, he immediately noticed that her body and strength itself seemed to dissipate. But still, he wasn't going to attack her anymore, but just wanted to check what the effect of a blow would be, so he waited for her to turn to face him. He was well aware of the fact that this represented only 1% of the total power he could use. Fang Xiu continued to watch her as she devoured her victim, and understood that the effect was probably 0, because she didn't even have a bruise. But he didn't rule out the fact that she could direct all her strength towards defense, so he wouldn't be able to inflict any damage on her. The guy began to think that next time he would need to use not a punch, but something else, some kind of weapon, for example. But would she be able to pass her power through herself? Zhao looked at his friend and tried to call out to him and tell him it was time to leave, but he didn't react. So the boy decided he could try to touch those wonderful legs again. As Zhao considered starting to attack the monster again, Fang Xiu noticed a scalpel lying next to the nurse and thought that this could be a good weapon. At the same time, without much thought, He picked up the scalpel from the floor and decided he would try to use it to prevent this from happening to him. Raising the scalpel, the boy immediately felt all his experiences with people, felt all their bitterness and suffering, all the pain and torment they had to endure because of that monster. This feeling clearly made him feel very bad. Even though he had completely lost his humanity, he felt restless. The guy realized that she couldn't handle all this horror and turned into a monster, but it turns out that her true form is precisely in this scalpel. Now a smile appeared again on the boy's face, because he began to suspect that with the help of that scalpel, he would have a much better chance of dealing with her. While Fang Xiu was working out a plan in his head on how to deal with this monster, his friend got carried away and hugged his leg, without even thinking about whose limb it was. The man pulled out his scalpel and asked him to step aside. Zhao, of course, tried to beg for a few minutes so he could enjoy the process a little more, but as soon as he saw the scalpel, he realized there was no point in such requests. As soon as her friend moved away from her, Fang Xiu launched another attack, but this time he used the same scalpel. But after the blow, apart from the girl's scream, they didn't get anything, and the guy was a bit upset because that didn't work either. He thought of all the reasons why this might not work, but nothing came to mind. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his friend Zhao, who told him that he noticed that the tip was quietly cutting people but not even scratching him. But he didn't know why. But he knew for sure that her skin was very smooth, and that was why it was so pleasurable for him to knead and touch her, which gave him incredible pleasure. Fang Xiu understood that this scalpel could cut through anything, and then he realized why it couldn't cut through this monster, because it was an ordinary spirit. The scalpel was supposed to be powered by its owner's spiritual strength, but now its strength is depleted, so it's not as strong as it could be. No matter how much the guy wanted it, he had to admit that he still couldn't get revenge and would have to be patient for a while. While they were thinking and wondering about all this, they had nothing left, because the nurse managed to finish the second victim they had prepared and was already ready to start a new one, so they decided to immediately escape from there. But as soon as she got up, she suddenly started talking about how she couldn't find her scalpel, and it made her very upset. While she was trying to find her scalpel, the boys managed to escape to a safe distance. After waking up, Fang Xiu noticed another characteristic. All his senses were heightened, which was a great advantage for him and his friends. So he realized almost immediately that there was someone else among them, the same guys who could really hide well. But still, that wasn't their main problem, because there were 4 doors in front of them, and none of them even knew which one they needed to open. Suddenly, they were killed by the same guys who managed to hide so well that not even the nurse could find them. And they, in turn, kept waiting so long for Fang Xiu, because they perfectly understood that only he could take them home. Zhao immediately attacked them with accusations that they could only run, so he didn't understand why Fang Xiu had to show them the way out. The boy, in turn, remained silent while they talked and tried to resolve this conflict. But still, he saw that this would not be resolved that easily. So in a moment he silenced them all with just one sentence, in which he said that there were 4 doors, so that each one could enter his own. The guys couldn't believe it. Maybe he was delirious and talking nonsense again. How is this a door for each of them? The guy tried to explain to him that they didn't have time to run anyway, and that he would spend it checking every door. He found this quite abnormal. Fang Xiu didn't hear a single word they said, so he simply turned around and went to open one of the doors and told them to do whatever they wanted. He wasn't interested in what they would do. As soon as he left, they felt the nurse approaching them again, and they immediately needed to think of something. They couldn't fully understand how she managed to find them so quickly, and in general how she managed to deal with those 2 guys so quickly. Fang Xiu was walking with the scalpel at that moment and was thinking that he seemed to have broken his plan to exterminate the participants of that one-man game when he took the scalpel from her. But all of that didn't matter to him in the slightest now, so he simply opened the first door he found and was ready to go in. Everyone else didn't listen to him and just decided to run after him. But Fang Xiu wasn't that easy to catch up with. The rest of the guys tried to keep up with them, and they picked up speed, especially when they saw how a nurse crawled literally right behind them, who was already ready without her scalpel to eat someone. She began to repeat aloud that she was ready too, and that by the looks of it, she was trustworthy. The nurse seemed to have lost everyone behind Fang Shu and caught up to him, after which she asked him to return her scalpel. But anyway, she wasn't going to do it gently, so she simply attacked the boy. Not giving him a chance to escape, she started to devour him alive, and in that situation he couldn't do anything. He could only wait for her to finish, so he could wait for the beginning of a new life. The last thing he saw in this attempt was her terrible face, and it was as if letters appeared in front of him, telling him that the passage to the west was a complete failure. But anyway, there was no time to get upset, because he understood perfectly well that he could make his enemies suffer, and for that, a scalpel would be ideal for him. Fang Shu did not give up, and in another attempt he tried to test the north exit, but this time he was unsuccessful, as he did not have time to reach the elevator before it reached him again and destroyed him. But he did not give up and was ready to try again. The next exit was the southern one. Unfortunately, it was also a failure, because the nurse seemed to be one step ahead each time. But anyway, the guy wouldn't give up because he still had the east exit, but this time it was the last one, unfortunately. And Fang Shu understood perfectly well that if it was a dead end again, then there were no other options. The guy started to think logically about what he could do with her speed and how to overcome her. The only idea that came to his mind was that he could use his degenerations to predict her actions. Then he understood that it made sense to remember all his moves and tricks, and of course the area itself, so that he could escape at any time. As soon as he went to see where the emergency exit was, he immediately came across this monster again, and this was his 9th consecutive attempt, which also yielded nothing. This time, he decided to repeat this scenario a little, and he already knew perfectly well where they needed to go, and this time, he was almost certain that everything would work out. This time, the director and Khan were on his team, who, despite their age, noticed this monster much faster, and therefore were even able to help Fang Shu a little in this difficult matter. Anyway, no matter who was with the guy at that moment, she was hunting only for him because he had her toy, which she really wanted to take from him, but she just couldn't. At one point, it seemed to him that she would overtake him again, and that he would need another try to try again. But as soon as she got close to him and turned him around to take a bite, she saw the guy looking straight into her eyes and smiling, which was quite unexpected. She wasn't expecting it so much that she even froze a little and thus gave the boy time. He took advantage of this and began to run away from her with all his might. The nurse realized that this was just another bait for her, so she became even more angry with him and started chasing him again. After so many attempts and deaths, the boy became so experienced and strong that he could predict her every move and thus dodge any of her attacks, even those that were in motion. Zhao was so impressed by how cool his friend was that he stood aside and just watched him. It was so wonderful to him. This corridor irritated her even more, because for the first time she couldn't catch up with someone there, and it was clear on her face that now she was clearly not happy about it. This time, the guy managed to predict her every move without making a single mistake, but that was until he tripped and fell to the ground, which could have cost him another try. She immediately decided that this was her only chance, one that she must not miss, so she immediately sped up to grab it. But it seemed like the guy had calculated this too, so he managed to easily dodge it with several spins and then continued the chase. Although the nurse saw that he was able to dodge the blow, she still couldn't stop in time and hit an empty spot, which couldn't help but please Fang Shu. After all this time he has been just playing with her, pretending that she can win this battle, although he himself knows perfectly well her every next move, from which she was simply ripped out from within. Even the spectators lucky enough to witness this attempt were shocked by what was happening. How did he manage to dodge such a blow? She simply flew past them, and it was obvious that her target was just the guy who didn't give in to her blows. Zhao almost cried with happiness when he saw his friend Esper, who sooner or later would be able to defeat this monster and bring them to freedom. They ran and played these games for a long time, but finally the guy found the way out, the real way out, which will truly bring them freedom and they will be saved. But unfortunately, not everything will be as simple as it seemed, because that same nurse was between him and the long-awaited exit from that terrible place, who, with an uncertain voice, simply begged the boy not to leave and stay with her a little longer. Fang Shu wasn't afraid at that moment, because he noticed that her voice was trembling, and he couldn't believe that she was actually afraid of him. At that very moment, the nurse decided to attack his friend Zhao, who simply stood aside and calmly watched all this. She crushed him with her breasts, which was quite unexpected for him and everyone else there. By some miracle, he managed to dodge and started running away from her. Out of fear, he didn't even notice anyone as he ran. After a few minutes, he calmed down a little, and now there was only one thing on his mind. How she touched him with her breasts. They were so cold, but at the same time so soft. Zhao was alone for a while and then decided he needed to return to his friend Fang Xiu, who was standing at the end of the corridor. The boy ran over to him to ask how he was, to which Fang Xiu said that everything was fine and suggested that the nurse run closer to the exit. But something else confused him. When she ran away, she banged on the door with all her might, which was not at all like her. He began to think that perhaps those were the doors that led to freedom, although on the other hand, he thought that there could be monsters much worse than the nurse there. There was complete darkness behind the door, and it wasn't at all clear what was there. To him, it looked more like an abyss. But either way, they wouldn't be able to find out for sure unless they went in. The boys looked at Fang Xiu, unsure why they were still standing. If that was the exit, why didn't they just go home? Was there really something wrong with that door? The boy didn't know what to say. So he said that they would rest and then try to enter through that door, to which his friend Zhao fully agreed, as at that moment he only needed water, as after such a long run, he was very thirsty. Everyone else was really exhausted, because they had been running away from that monster for a long time, and it was hard to think about anything else, so the tiredness made itself felt. Suddenly, the boys seemed to have an epiphany and simply walked off somewhere, which caused them incredible surprise, because they had just sat down and had no time to really rest. But Fang Xiu didn't care about this. He just stood up and asked him to get up, because they had to leave immediately. The guy went first and tried to find at least some clues in the doors. He hoped to feel at least some energy that would give him an understanding of what was behind that door. Suddenly, a particle of that same energy, which didn't smell nice, leaked out to the other guys, which was quite unpleasant, but they still couldn't do anything about it. Fang Xiu turned to them and, after looking at their frightened faces for a moment, mentally bid farewell to each of them. He stood near that door for a while and tried to understand what was behind it. What were the chances that that was really the exit? The guy understood that there was no other way out and simply started opening the doors little by little. This caught Zhao's attention, who wasn't entirely sure if he should do this, but Fang Xiu made it clear to him that there was simply no other choice. Fang Xiu entered the door first and seemed to feel as if his body had entered another space. There was an absolute emptiness in his head that was hard to describe. It was hard for him to be there. He stood alone in that pitch darkness and tried to at least see something, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything. It was still very strange for him to observe the deathly silence that reigned there, a very unusual sensation. His entire path was shrouded in darkness. He couldn't hear anything at all. It was very difficult to breathe, but even so he could only move forward, and that's what he did. It seemed like he would only move forward for an innumerable amount of time. It was so difficult that he would simply get lost and lose track of time. Fang Xiu seemed to be wandering through an endless corridor, and this was all repeating itself over and over again. In his head, the emptiness suddenly transformed into the fact that he was standing in front of White Willow Academy and didn't understand what he was doing there, and more importantly, how did he end up there in the first place? Did he really manage to get out of that terrible place and can now continue his life as before? Zhao was incredibly happy because they managed to escape from there and are now free again, which is wonderful. But Fang Xiu stood there and didn't move. Zhao tried to shout at him, telling him that they were already leaving and wanted him to come with them. The boy replied that he couldn't go with them. In his head, he understood that they wouldn't be able to get out of there so easily and that there was something wrong there. At a certain point, he realized what was happening there, as if a lightning bolt had struck him, and he understood everything. A clear picture was created in his head. In fact, there was no psychiatric hospital, only a gym remained. But he still didn't have a clear idea of why they couldn't get there anymore, why they could leave the hospital, what was going on. Zhao tried with all his might to persuade his friend to go home, because he was actually so tired that he didn't want to walk down the street anymore. At one point, he realized that the boy didn't need a break and simply said goodbye to him and reminded him that they both had to work the next day, so he asked him not to forget that. Feng Xiu asked him with a surprised face about work, so Zhao repeated once again that they would go home today and go to work tomorrow morning. But he didn't understand why Feng Xiu had such a surprised face. He couldn't believe it, because it was hard for him to even imagine what was really happening. So at one point, he just started running and didn't even hear what his friend was yelling at him, who honestly didn't understand why the guy was behaving like that. Feng Xiu ran through the city and realized that everything had evaporated. Everything had simply disappeared. Of course, he could accept the fact that he had gotten away with it. He could accept the fact that the hospital had simply evaporated, but he still couldn't accept one thing, that they no longer existed. The guy ran out onto the road and couldn't figure out what to do now. How could he get revenge on them? He was especially offended by his wife, whom he so wanted to destroy and whom he alone wanted to do so. But still, he didn't give up hope and was sure that they would find her again, and he would definitely complete his mission. Feng Xiu was driving a car that he managed to catch up with and simply repeated that it was impossible and that he couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe that they could disappear. He wanted so much that only she remained, or at least his wife, whom he so wanted revenge on. One could find a lot of madness in his eyes, as he could not admit that his wife could run away from him without waiting for what he planned to do to her. The driver stopped the guy the moment they reached the place he needed to go, and as soon as the taxi driver mentioned payment, he saw the guy simply run out of the car and try to hide in an unknown direction. The guy ran to the entrance, and as he climbed the stairs, he thought that anyone in this world could disappear. But she alone could not do it, and with such a thought he ran to his apartment and shouted that his beloved had heard him. Unfortunately for him, there was no one in the apartment. Things were scattered around, but the girl he was looking for was not there. The guy simply couldn't take it anymore, and only thought of one thing, that she could destroy him as many times as she wanted, but she had no way of making him return to a normal life. His wife and nurse have humiliated him more than a dozen times, and only hatred for them has sustained him all this time, and now he simply doesn't know what to do. But still, he swore to himself that he would find a way to get revenge on them and make them feel everything he had to go through, all the suffering and torment he had to endure. However, now they were gone, and the guy honestly didn't understand how he could fill the void inside himself, and if it was even possible to do so, because he really didn't understand what he should live for now. He was so upset that not even his friend Zhao's screams could cheer him up, but that was until a certain point, when he told him that the gym caught fire yesterday at 7:49 p.m., and after that, the boy's condition began to improve. Feng Xiu immediately got out of bed and read the news that yesterday, at 7:49 p.m., there was an uncontrolled fire. The firefighters arrived very late, and the building had already collapsed by then. The victims of the fire were 11 people. Among them was also Feng Xiu's name. The guy started laughing a lot at everything that was happening. It was very funny for him to read that he, apparently, also died, and his brain at that moment simply could not believe it. After all, he understood what this meant, that not all was lost, and now he knew for sure where they were all hiding, and that it was all just one of their tricks. Now he was 100% sure that he would soon meet his beloved, whom he so longed to see. Suddenly, the guy's hysteria was interrupted by Khan, who, if you believe the news, just as he died, it became so funny to him that he still texts on his phone from a person who essentially no longer exists. He found it very funny because the dead man still called him to work, so he was a cunning capitalist, who even after he had disappeared, still tried to call him to work. But suddenly his laughter was interrupted by a monster that appeared directly from his phone and immediately started talking to him about how he could see him perfectly. It was a huge red eye that kept telling him that he would now get up and soon return to his favorite work. But Feng Xiu had already lost his fear of these monsters, so he easily grabbed the creature and asked it not to break his phone. After all, it was still not cheap for all kinds of monsters to breed on it. Once again, it was a common illusion, which the guy realized too quickly. This was no surprise to him, but still he wanted so much who did this that he forgot everything in the world. He immediately took his bicycle, sat on it, and rode to the place where he died. The academy was in a truly deplorable state, and this was indicated by a tape on which it was written that it was strictly forbidden to go there because everything there had burned down and at any moment everything could collapse. Fang Shu didn't care about this at all because his task was to obtain as much information as possible, so he did everything he could to do so. As soon as he entered the territory, he immediately saw not all the victims of this fire, among them Fei Fei, who was the first to run up to Fang Shu and really wanted to greet him. Fang Shu first decided to touch her breasts and thus check whether she was real or not, and this time she was actually real, which was very strange. But in any case, that wasn't the main thing for him. He came here for a completely different reason. Then he pushed the girl away and went straight to Khan's office, who so vehemently called him to work. As he walked upstairs, he was greeted by Zhao, who also came here because he was forcibly called to work. But Fang Shu replied that he simply loved his job too much. That was why he had come. He was more interested in knowing where Han was. Jay replied that he was in his office and that for Fang Shu everything was very strange because those who died were all very much alive, so he didn't understand what was really happening there. As soon as he entered Khan's office, he started yelling at him from the door because he didn't understand why the guy had only come now since he had called him several times. Why wasn't he answering? But all Fang Shu could respond with was to ask where his prize, which he so richly deserved, was. Khan was shocked that he still had the audacity to ask for an award based on his merits, after which Fang Shu did not hesitate to reply that the man infuriates him even from the other world. The man started yelling at him so much that it felt like he was about to burst like a balloon that had been blown out of air, because how dare he say such a thing? Khan feels more alive than anyone else alive. But before the man had time to finish speaking, Fang Shu took out the same scalpel that had cut Han's throat from his pocket, thus closing his mouth. Fang Shu clearly enjoyed this because now the man was finally completely destroyed, which couldn't help but make him happy. But suddenly he realized that everyone in that office was looking at him with a somewhat irritated look. He decided to approach his friend, who is normally very nice to him, and everything is fine between them. But this time, everything was completely different, because his friend was just looking down with his head down, thinking about something of his own. Suddenly, he began to transform into an incredibly large monster that was ready to destroy everything in its path, or so it seemed at first glance. But Fang Shu wasn't going to just stand there and watch, so he decided to help his friend a little and promised that he would definitely help him now. After that, the guy killed everyone with his scalpel, which was quite unexpected for him, but he still managed to do it. He remained quite calm and just asked to be told when to stop, when they had nothing else to do. But after a few seconds, he began to realize perfectly that all of this was just another illusion, which he could unravel. He continued to look at the guys who were still writhing in pain. Moreover, they didn't even understand why Fang Shu had beaten them. Suddenly, they also disappeared, and a very strange passage appeared, which also looked like a common illusion. The guy was upset about this because is that really all they can do? After that, the same eye appeared again and continued talking to him. He didn't understand how the guy could see through illusions, but Fang Shu finally decided to reply that he understood people well, and therefore, they were indistinguishable from reality. But the only thing he doesn't take into account is a very important detail: tactile sensations. The eye couldn't believe that with just a few touches he could solve all this, and in general, why isn't he afraid of all this? Fang Shu realized that he was only relying on his fear, but he was surprised that the dead had called him to work, wasn't he? The only fear left to the subject is to continue working when he is already dead. But thanks to all her tricks to scare him, this only fueled a fire inside him that could destroy all his illusions. The eye couldn't respond and simply started flying away, but finally he told him that he was very fearless and that he would definitely remember this. The guy looked at him and thought he was the one who saved them from the nurse. And if the guy understood everything correctly, the nurse and the hospital as a whole are one of the weakest illusions in the arsenal. After all, even if they are capable of transforming people, in any case there is a certain scope of action. On the other hand, he understood that although the illusion is controllable, the best way to overcome it is not to sleep. They got out of that horror again, but the guy was clearly not happy about it. So without much thought, he tried again and cut his neck with a scalpel. He understood that they would inevitably have to go to the illusory world, so Zhao had to overcome his fear. The guy decided to tell the boys where they would be going at that moment, and said that he would cause all kinds of illusions and even make them think that they had left this world, but all of that would be a lie anyway. After that, he turned to his friend Zhao and asked them to gather together, as only he could save everyone. And to give her more motivation, he added that he would be able to touch Fei Fei when they left, but he would have to try really hard. Zhao immediately blushed and asked Fang Shu not to pressure him because he would never dare to make the right decision. After this, several other similar fantasies arose, which he managed to quickly dispel, but he never managed to overcome the fear of these illusions. After checking a few things, he realized that everything here is an illusion, and everyone has their own. In other words, this could only be explained by the fact that his dream could only be destroyed by himself. After several attempts to wake the boy, Fang Shu still couldn't, so he decided to resort to a very inhumane option, slapping him in the face to wake him up. It didn't help much, but the guy didn't stop and continued to hit the guy in the face, and he didn't stop after a few hits. Now the guy was not only in a deep sleep, he was also beaten. And Fang Shu didn't understand why this didn't help him at all, because he tried his best, but it still didn't help. A new idea popped into the guy's head almost immediately. He took his scalpel and stuck it into the guy's leg, hoping for at least some reaction. Zhao started screaming, but he still couldn't wake up. All he did was ask him not to do that again. Fang Shu had already lost all hope and simply no longer knew how to save him. He no longer had any way to do so. He realized he had only one option left, and once again took the scalpel to his neck. He decided to try again, but all over again. If it didn't work, the guy would probably give up. Zhao told her that last night he dreamed of her belly, which was so soft, and that her cloak felt like a feather. Fang Shu didn't listen to this and simply walked forward, and Zhao was very upset because he was about to merge with her, but he immediately woke up. What kind of bad luck is this? One of them has found a way out again, and now they can get out of this horror again. Zhao was overjoyed when he heard this, because he would finally be able to escape from this place and find a body to explore. And then Fang Shu realized that he was quite timid and cowardly, but his main characteristic lies in his peculiarity. Although fear cannot be overcome, it can be avoided with the help of feelings. The guy didn't wait and decided to act, asking Zhao to turn up the volume on his phone, which left his friend a little surprised. Why would he do that? Fang Shu replied with a smile. This must be done so that they can watch their favorite movie now. After that, the same school teacher he used to spend time with after class appeared in front of Zhao. Zhao did not expect such a turn of events, as he never imagined that his dream would come true. Meanwhile, she continued talking to him and went so far as to tell him that he had made a mistake for which he needed to be punished. Zhao immediately turned to his friend and said he was actually joking. He wanted to know the difference between a regular joke and a deadly one. Fang Shu explained to him that this was not a joke, that he was saving his life right now. Zhao couldn't take it anymore and realized he was fed up with it and even picked up his cell phone to turn on the same movie. Fang Shu was surprised that the guy liked this particular thing and that it brought him so much pleasure, but he still explained to him that once he reached this point in his dream, he asked him to close his eyes and do nothing. Now everyone who was still alive was watching this, but only Zhao liked it. Jay reached the point where he was simply amazed by everything he saw. He had reached the moment he had been waiting for all his life, the moment he had imagined in his fantasy for many years. Fang Shu was happy that the boy was finally normal, so he asked him not to forget this feeling when they left, because it would destroy his illusion. As they walked, the boy thought that he always had such boring dreams that he wanted more and more to go home to his wife. He was even a little jealous of the way Zhao was behaving, because he had such a good dream that he couldn't help himself and simply ripped his shirt. The guy made the best faces he could, because he didn't care at all about what was going on around him. He was only interested in the dream he was having. Fang Shu was shocked that the guy actually decided to have sex with her, but suddenly he saw something that left him in shock. These were incredibly strong streams of energy that the subject was able to emit from himself, but he also clearly understood that at this rate he would soon wake up again. Zhao enjoyed the process as much as he could. He wasn't interested in lying on the cold floor. He just wanted this dream to never end. But still, at some point, he woke up and started screaming at the top of his lungs because he was extremely unhappy about having to wake up, as he had just moved on to the most interesting moment. After calming down a bit, he turned to his friend Fang Shu and asked if this was exactly the way out he had told him and if it would work for him. But Fang Shu couldn't respond immediately. He just stood there and looked at him silently. After being ignored for so long, Zhao decided he needed to verify whether Fang Shu was real or not, so he rushed to attack him. Fang Shu found it funny to watch this. He easily dodged the blow and asked the boy if he had hit his head. Jay realized that he was the one who took his phone, so he tried with all his might to take it. But clearly nothing good came of it, because at some point he simply fell to the ground and landed next to the boys. But that wasn't the worst part for him, because as soon as he saw that they were dead and that they were just bodies lying there, he immediately became very scared and literally jumped away from them. Fan Shu tried to calm him down and said that nothing could be done about it, and that if it was destined to come true, then it must be. Then he took his hand and said that they were leaving right now. They walked out onto the street, and Zhao was glad for the 100th time that they were out. Fang Shu had seen this many times before, so he didn't even pay attention. But one day he still had to pay a little more attention, because he noticed something very radically different, and even he had the feeling that they had really left that place. After that, Zhao immediately added that at some point he felt an incredible surge of strength, as well as a sharpening of all his senses. Fang Shu didn't wait long, and immediately decided to ask him what he thought was the cause of his ability being aggravated in the first place. Zhao didn't know what to answer, because he didn't understand what he meant when he spoke of the word skill. He didn't know. And Wang Xiao said that not every awakened person can use skills. So he decided to ask Fang Shu what ability he had, to which the boy gave a somewhat unexpected answer. His main skill is predicting the future. Zhao was shocked, and at the same moment began to understand how his friend knew everything so precisely, where they needed to go and where the danger awaited them. And Fang Shu at that moment only thought that if there really was an Esper organization in the world, then he would be able to quickly ascend there due to his ability to predict the future. Then he realized that he needed to become even stronger and then take revenge on them for everything, especially his wife, whom he didn't love so much. If the hospital is inside the office, then the guy didn't understand why he couldn't see it now. Had they actually merged, bringing the real world into view? So it turns out that if they encounter some kind of monster, it will not be able to attack them. But on the other hand, it will suddenly happen that the door will be blocked. In that case, even with the bribes, they will never be able to get out of here. Fang Shu was well aware of the fact that in a bad situation, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 returns would not be enough to bring everything back to normal. He looked at his friend and wondered why Zhao awakened his powers. But even so, he doesn't see this whole strange world. So he decided to ask again. Or did he not notice anything strange? At first, Zhao didn't understand what Fang Shu was telling him, but then he realized what his friend meant when he looked up and saw a huge bird flying by with a terrifying face. At this moment, Fang Shu thought that even though he had woken up, he still couldn't see anything. Perhaps his powers were still too weak for that, or perhaps not everyone with supernatural powers could see this world. Zhao watched his friend as he thought to himself that he was sorry for not having any skills. He was very envious because it would be very sad if he accidentally got into some trouble. But then he realized that he should think like that as he couldn't, so he suggested that Fang Shu leave that place. Fang Shu didn't really respond, but he still decided to support his friend's idea, and they began to leave. As they walked, Fang Shu decided to find out how Zhao managed to escape from that dream. Zhao was a little doubtful about the answer, but still said that he managed to do it using the same method Fang Shu taught him, penetrating illusions. Fang Shu at that moment thought that he was the only one who could get out, but he had to destroy himself in order to regain the opportunity to see all these strange things, but when they wanted to see them, nothing happened. The guy understood that all of this was possible because of him, So Fang Shu decided to ask if he did incredibly obscene things in his sleep. Zhao felt so embarrassed that he became furious, so he decided to ask the boy again what he was doing. But Fang Shu decided to answer this question himself, starting to tell that he not only moved, but also moaned, but at that moment he was interrupted by Zhao, who asked him to stop because he was too embarrassed to hear such things. The boy replied that he just assumed that maybe he had done something wrong and that's why he woke up. Zhao suddenly changed his expression and asked Fang Shu not to tell anyone about this. Only then did he say Fang Shu easily agreed to such conditions. He started by saying there was nothing special there, but he was still so embarrassed he could barely say a word. Zhao began by saying that at the beginning of the dream he was left alone with his dream teacher in the classroom. And as he said, she did not behave very calmly. Several times in a row, she blew in his ear and said pleasant words. There was an incredibly strong energy around them, which the guy saw for the first time in his life. It was very hot. But then he became embarrassed the moment he heard several terrible sounds. And then she began to move her cold hands along his torso, and then he remembered what she had told him about shifting attention. In other words, he himself essentially decided to interrupt this dream, and at a certain point he started repeating that he needed to think about something else, and after repeating this hundreds of times, he seemed to be able to get rid of it. Fang Shu was surprised that the guy was able to overcome this on his own. And in his head, of course, nothing looked very good. But anyway, one thing was obvious. The guy had a lot of willpower. But he continued. Because this was not the end of the story, he started to say that at a certain point she started to say that he did not listen to her at all and started to bother him even more. The guy understood that this was yet another desperate situation and that he probably had no chance. But even so, he tried with all his might to calm down somehow. But at some point he started to descend much lower than the trunk, and in that case there wasn't much the guy could do. He looked into her eyes, or not exactly into her eyes, but either way. At some point he started to get extremely irritated by what was happening there. At one point he still couldn't contain himself, because he believed that there was no man in the world who could resist those big eyes. He understood that Fang Shu was telling him that all of this was unreal, but the guy seemed to no longer know what he was doing, simply following his instinct. At one point, he simply dove into the girl's chest and appreciated her curves and how soft they were. Well, he finally decided to take some serious action, so he reached out to kiss the girl. But the boy, even in his worst dreams, could not imagine such a monster before him. The sweet girl he had just gotten involved with had turned into a monster worse than a nurse. Now she grabbed him by the arms, and he could only stare at the enormous teeth she was going to use against him. He tried to concentrate, because at that moment he remembered again that it was all just an illusion, so he closed his eyes and tried to think only of the good. Zhao was so scared that it was very difficult to do anything about it, so he decided to act decisively. He understood that he would probably die at that moment, but decided it would be better to do it in a way that was pleasant for him. Jay realized that even though he wasn't Fei-Fei, he would still be able to do to her what he so desperately wanted to do to the real Fei-Fei, and now only the monster was afraid there. Fang Shu covered his face with his hand, thinking that this was an incredible shame and disgrace. Of course, he had thought about it, but he had no idea how bad it was. Aizhao added that the most precious thing a person has is life. It is given to him once, and he must live it in such a way that it does not cause excruciating pain from the years spent aimlessly, so he decided to do so. Fang Shu decided not to answer that question and simply went home to sleep, so if Zhao doesn't mind, they can talk later. Zhao added that their friends had died, and that they could still face evil spirits at any time. So, with all this, he couldn't understand how Fang Shu could even think about sleeping. Fang Shu suddenly stopped and asked the boy not to tell him that Zhao wanted to go report to the police. He thought about it because, to be honest, he himself didn't know what he really wanted to do, so for some time he was simply silent. Therefore, Fang Shu added that this was not necessary, because if there are all kinds of monsters in this world and they are espers, then there is some organization that will soon deal with them. And now it was time for him to do something more important. So with that thought, he went home. where he was kindly received by his wife, who with a smile offered to prepare him a meal if he wanted, of course. Fang Shu had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so of course he replied with a smile that he was very hungry and wouldn't mind eating with her. After that, she tried to attack him directly and made an intimidating appearance, which Fang Shu would probably have been afraid of before. She slowly and affectionately, showing her sharp teeth, said aloud that he could see her and that it was so pleasant for her. But suddenly, Fang Shu simply disappeared from sight and she only saw a wave of his hand. It was the scalpel he used as soon as he had the chance. She turned into an ordinary person again, but it was too late, because her face, and indeed her entire body, simply began to fall apart. And Fang Shu made the most of this moment because he had such a beautiful and intelligent wife. Suddenly, his laughter was cut short, as it was as if he had teleported to a completely different place and was simply standing in front of some doors. He didn't understand what was happening. Did she really deceive him again, and he died, and now he was reborn? Fang Shu didn't even remember how it happened, how she managed to do it, because to him it seemed simply impossible. The guy returned home again and again, heard his wife offering him food, especially since she knew how to cook. From that second, he realized that this girl was much stronger than he thought. Even though she had awakened Esper powers, there was still a great distance between them. Now he could only hope that the organization wouldn't be kept waiting too long. President Wang Dehai announced the next meeting, which was dedicated to the incident at the gym, which occurred literally 5 hours ago. The incident area encompasses the gym and the adjacent office building, so he added that they cannot be certain the area will not change. But anyway, on the main screen they had the main star of this incident, the guy Fang Shu and his friend Zhao. The secretary announced to the president that she would immediately display the camera footage throughout the academy. She also added that unfortunately they couldn't access the cameras installed inside the gym because they were destroyed. The only thing they managed to get was a picture of 2 survivors. These 2 guys were Fang Shu, who was 20 years old, single, could be recognized by his condemning look, was part of the academy staff. Unfortunately, there is no mention of Zhao. His connection with the other world was also unknown. Until today, both were ordinary people. This was quite strange for the president, so he decided to ask his colleagues who were in the meeting for advice. One of them said that even an ordinary person could get out of the D-level territory, so he suggested simply wiping these guys out. But he immediately received an answer. In a stern voice, someone told him that this was an erroneous opinion and that it was clearly not worth making. That was the opinion of investigator Shen, who added that judging by the camera footage, Fang Shu behaves extremely calmly for an ordinary person. The investigator's advisor also noted that even if they were ordinary people, it was possible that they could gain Esper abilities. But the man didn't think so, because even a neophyte would understand that danger lurks in that zone, so they need to clear it as quickly as possible, and in the end, they might just be lucky, and the level of danger a newly formed Esper can withstand. Before he could finish speaking, the president intervened in the discussion and politely asked them to shut up. He immediately said that Shen would go to this guy tomorrow to verify or deny the presence of supernatural powers, and based on the results of the verification, he would wait for a report. She was not at all opposed to doing such a thing, so she happily agreed. The next day, Fang Shu lay in bed and talked on the phone while his wife tried to convince him to finally wake up and go have breakfast. It turned out that he received a call from Zhao, who shouted directly into the phone that Fang Shu would never believe how much superpower he had. He immediately told him that he couldn't show it to him at that moment, as it only starts working after 11 p.m. And when that time comes, it can be active until 1 a.m. The guy listened attentively to his friend, but still couldn't fully understand what superpower he was talking about. Zhao boasted again and said that he would definitely envy him, then said that he had the ability to predict the future, and Zhao had the power that every man dreams of. And just as Zhao was ready to share with him how powerful that force was, Fang Shu simply hung up, because he was actually tired of hearing it. The guy was so tired of being in this world and was so eager for change, but apart from a call from his friend and the stupid stories he told, he saw nothing else. Still, he found a drop of strength in himself and picked up the phone, after which he immediately heard that Zhao was telling him that his strength awakens at 11 o'clock at night. His body becomes stronger, and his inner spirit strengthens. But all he heard in response was, "Fang Shu blacklists him." He hung up and thought he should have done it much faster. But it's worth noting that after talking to his friend, he realized that the manifestation of the Esper's power was a reflection of his soul. The guy didn't even expect that after waking up he would acquire such an incredible ability because he had become so brave and strong. But at one point he caught himself thinking that he needed to stop thinking about these things. Shen arrived at the place he needed so much and immediately asked his assistants if they had heard the conversation. Her secretary said that from the conversation he concluded that they were both ordinary people before and during the incident at the academy. They became espers. He also added that from the dialogue, it was not entirely clear what power Fang Shu had awakened, but they knew for sure that his friend's powers manifested in the strengthening of his body around 11 p.m. His overall body condition improved, his muscle mass increased, and his penis also became much larger. More! The deputy clearly realized how embarrassed he was to talk about it, but it was still his job, so he couldn't help himself. Shen understood everything and added that it would probably be better for this guy to change his occupation if he had this power awakened. Anyway, the organization now needs new employees, so if Fang Shu is really that strong, they will accept him. But first she wanted to check him, so she asked for the second one to be placed under surveillance because she didn't want him to waste my energy. The secretary completely agreed with her and raised no objections, so he immediately went to carry out her order. Meanwhile, Fang Shu's wife continued to talk to Fang Shu and did not give up trying to catch him so she could eat him again. But Fang Shu didn't pay any attention to her, because the only thought in his head was that there was still no information about the incident at the academy, and he really didn't like it. He was no less interested in finding out whether the organization had already discovered them, because it is worth noting that they made a big fuss about it. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a loud sound coming from the front door of the apartment. As soon as he got up to open the door, whoever was behind it quieted down and stopped knocking. Even so, the boy approached the door to check who was behind it and looked through the peephole, through which he saw a woman, and behind her was a man. Fang Shu didn't trust anyone, but logic still remained with him, and he almost immediately realized that if they could physically influence, then they were definitely people. Even so, he decided to open the doors and was immediately approached by Secretary Shen, who asked the young man if he was Fang Shu. Before the man had time to take out his documents to present them to the young man and tell him which organization they belonged to, Fang Shu snatched them from his hands and added that they were much faster than he thought. So without much thought, he immediately invited them to his apartment because they really had something to discuss. Shen was a little shocked because the guy knew they were coming. How is that possible? The first thing Fang Shu thought was that they didn't seem to see his wife, or like him, they were pretending she simply wasn't there. Even though they are also espers, they can't help but see her in any case. He wanted to find out as much as possible about them first of all. The secretary introduced himself as Li Wenhao and also added that the woman next to him is called Shen, and that he is an investigator, and that his goal is to uncover everything supernatural to maintain peace on Earth. Shen didn't wait for an answer from him, and immediately decided to ask a question in which she really wanted to know how he could know that they would soon come to him. Fang Shu answered very simply, saying that there was no way to know, that if she didn't exist, the world would have been destroyed long ago, so for him it was no more difficult than adding 2 and 2 to be sure of their existence. She was a little surprised that after everything that had happened to him, he was able to maintain his former mental sharpness, and now she was more than certain that he was not as simple as she thought. She then added that her department is responsible for recruiting new espers and specializes in combating supernatural forces. First, they're conducting an investigation into the incident at the academy, and second, their task is to detect and test new espers. The guy wasn't surprised at all. Moreover, he was a little bored listening to that. But still, she kept talking about how espers' activities are mentioned in history, but only the organization, but only the organization has real historical facts about the influence of espers on world development, so he had a good chance. While Shen was telling her all this, his wife was blatantly trying to irritate him with questions about why he was ignoring her and what was going on between them. Fang Xiu thought she was trying to let him see her beautiful face as closely as possible, but he was only interested in knowing if when she died in front of him, would she be the same? That was why he suddenly started smiling, because he was only thinking about when he would finally see him, but for now he was very eager to take a look. At this point, Shen reached the point where he began to tell him that, first of all, they would like to know everything he knew about the incident at the academy. But Fang Xiu wouldn't just answer their questions, so he said that before answering, he would like to ask a few questions too. The secretary understood perfectly what this could mean, as this was not the first day he had worked with Shen. Unfortunately, what he expected happened. The woman began to draw a lot of anger energy from herself. The counselor tried his best to calm her down, saying that this was just some kind of exchange and that she should calm down a little. As the man tried to calm her down, Fang Xiu realized that she was apparently an esper, but apparently the guy wasn't. Now Fang Xiu understood perfectly that an esper working together with an ordinary person was quite unusual. But still, he knew very well why they needed this, because the esper's emotional state is quite unstable, which often leads to incidents. So to compensate for this, they put a person who has no powers. Shen was a little surprised that the boy learned so much just by looking at them, but to her, everything was a kind of challenge that she would have no problem accepting if he continued. After all, she was already boiling with rage and ready to beat that guy alive. The counselor understood perfectly well that the matter was getting out of hand, so he simply begged the fellow to ask questions, because if Shen went into a frenzy, he wouldn't be able to help him, and he really didn't want to include his death in the report. Fang Xiu didn't get any more sarcastic, so he asked his first question. He would like to know what these creatures were? The woman replied that this is a very broad question, and only needs to be answered in detail. According to the official version, it is a perverted entity that does not have a specific form of manifestation. But it is worth noting that they have flesh and a certain appearance, which makes each of them unique. Most of the time, their appearance is unexpected and aims at the complete destruction of a person. More precisely, it feeds on the power of a person's soul, thus strengthening its embodiment. Each of these entities is like a foreign pollutant, from which emanates a continuous stream of energy that can penetrate a person and drive him crazy. However, the consultant added that espers can redirect this energy flow against them. The guy understood everything and was ready to ask his second question, in which he wanted to know how an esper's strength is measured. The consultant was somewhat surprised that the subject had not yet discovered the answer to this question. After that, he further explained that the power level depends on the amount of supercharged esper energy. Even the young man's wife heard this fascinating information and was just waiting for Fang Xiu's response. The man continued saying that they classify the strength of espers into levels. The first level includes espers who have revealed strength from 1 to 20%, who can later increase their strength. After them come espers with a strength of 21 to 40% and belong to level 2, and espers with a strength of 41 to 60% belong to level 3, which can already develop their abilities in different directions. This can continue up to level 5 and 6, but the higher the power level, the fewer carriers there are. Fang Xiu, as soon as he listened to the man to the end, wanted to know if anyone in history could reveal their powers 100%. The man told him that in all time no one has been able to reach such a level. The current maximum is rank 5, because to increase your level, you need to defeat an entity much stronger than you, and only after that will such an opportunity appear. But with such a confrontation, they can also increase their strength and level, which can lead to dire consequences for the esper. Everything became very clear to the boy, so he decided to move on to the next question. But Shen didn't think it was appropriate, as she didn't have time to listen to his questions, so she immediately asked her advisor to give this guy access to the world database, as he really wanted to know more. After that, she added that he should remember that the organization does not control him, so she asked him to be careful and not open messages from other users. Otherwise, she warned him that this could all end very badly for him and that it would only be his fault. The guy pretended he didn't hear anything from her and replied that he forgot to ask something. After that, he suddenly pointed his finger at his wife and asked if they could see her too. She smiled because she was so happy to finally hear that. Shen hadn't expected such a turn of events from him. She had, of course, radically changed her opinion of him, but she still hadn't imagined that he would decide to do such a thing. The woman's advisor immediately responded that they did not see anyone behind him and, furthermore, according to his information, he was single and had no wife or girlfriend. At that moment, his wife danced around him and said she always knew he really saw her. Shen and the counselor froze for a while because they were afraid to imagine what might happen next. Although the counselor didn't see his wife, he couldn't help but notice how much the aura around the young man had changed. Before, everything was normal, but now everything was completely different. He looked like he had headaches after waking up. Shen, however, reached a point where he could take no more and began to boil, screaming and accusing the boy of mocking them. Fang Xiu looked at all of this and realized that it all seemed very serious and that this problem needed to be resolved somehow. But he couldn't think of anything better than to turn to his beloved wife and tell her that he really saw her, which left even her shocked. Shen asked the boy not to organize a circus here, and if he doesn't want to cooperate with them, then he can simply say, "There is no need to organize this circus." But as soon as she finished speaking, the young man's own wife joined in the conversation, and she gradually began to go crazy over the fact that he had actually seen her. This energy was felt even by the woman's advisor, who didn't even have any power, and Shen immediately realized that this was no joke and that there really was someone behind him. But after a few seconds, the wife completely manifested and transformed into a real monster who could even talk and said that she hadn't eaten espers in a long time, so she warned them that they could expect no mercy. The man had never seen anything like it before, and fear filled his entire body. And Shen began to get angry at Fang Xiu for doing this. But all he could say in reply was that he knew they couldn't expect his wife to be one of them, which made him laugh out loud. Fang Xiu suspected that apparently, because he had responded to his wife, some mechanism had been triggered, causing her to acquire a physical form. And this means that he is the only person in the world who sees them with the naked eye. He is the only one who must constantly be prepared for the fact that he can be gutted at any moment and everything will have to start all over again. Shen didn't wait for the monster to eat someone, so she concentrated a large amount of energy in her hand and went on the attack. Fang Xiu realized that because of the fire, the surroundings instantly heated up, becoming both terrifying and beautiful at the same time. Now he perfectly understood what an esper's power was and what it looked like. Looking at that woman, he understood that he could achieve a lot. But looking at the monster, who was also his wife, he understood that her strength was not that great, because even with such a strong blow, she couldn't even scratch that monster. The woman understood that her opponent this time was very strong and she wouldn't be able to defeat him easily, so she decided to escape from that place as quickly as possible. But the monster wasn't going to let her go, so he delivered another blow, which essentially cut the woman into two particles. As soon as they both fell to the ground, Fang Xiu discovered a letter in his advisor's pocket, which was pink, but the boy still picked it up to read. The boy tried to read as quickly as possible because he understood perfectly well that he really didn't have much time, as his wife would soon come to kiss him. After their next encounter, he flashed back to the moment he had just returned from the gym, the last time he had tried to destroy his wife with a scalpel. But unfortunately, he didn't have much luck, and he understood perfectly well that this would happen until he received new powers with which he could still defeat her. He also understood that it wasn't until tomorrow at 8 a.m. and 40 minutes from the organization, but for now he had time to learn more about them. Now the guy was thinking, why shouldn't he take advantage of everything the organization knows? In any case, he believed he would have to seek outside help to resist them. Maybe he can pull out some useful information from this forum, which had a rather creepy avatar. He hoped that this was where he would discover the truth about this world. Although it was worth noting that in reality there wasn't that much information, but in any case, it was much better than looking for everything on his own. But the only problem that prevented him from reading any information was the price, because basic information costs from 20,000 and normal information costs up to 1,000,000, and the guy only had 1,000. He didn't worry about it for a long time and resigned himself to the fact that for now, he would only have to watch the free sections. The guy read the first story about a girl who, according to her, knew how to manage time. But after 5 minutes of his own time, the guy came to the conclusion that he had only wasted his time. The guy decided that the best idea for him would be to look for messages from representatives of the organization on the forum, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. The next day, the boy was very tired, as he had spent the entire night analyzing information about strange creatures and phenomena. Although they are not classified by skill type, at least they are classified by strength, and that could not help but make you happy. There are 5 classes in total. The first is the most dangerous, and the 5th is the safest. Recently, an epidemic caused by an entity occurred overseas. Any Esper who had previously protected themselves from infection could have dealt with it. However, the rate of spread of the disease was so high that the organization had to wipe the entire city off the face of the earth, and this phenomenon has since been put on the back burner. The first class includes the possibility of the complete extermination of humanity in the shortest possible time. Fortunately, there is a certain gradation, which states that the higher the class, the fewer there are. Unfortunately, the reason for the appearance of all these entities has not yet been identified or simply remains beyond the understanding of the world order. But either way, he's absolutely certain that one of them is on his side. In any case, he must not give any sign that he can see her, because then he will have to start all over again. It was unpleasant for the boy to realize at that moment that in all that time he had never met a person in a similar situation to his, and on the one hand, it even seemed a bit strange. So he decided he should save some money and energy so he could open paid sites, where the information was probably much better, and there he didn't expect to find everything he needed. Otherwise, he understood perfectly well that he would never be able to understand this world, and without it, he would hardly be able to live normally. He also realized that weapons actually come in different forms, have many shapes and types, just as his scalpel stores the power of all these creatures. Judging by the records, the item can act as a repository of the essence's power, so a special connection is established between the essence and the weapon, which is almost impossible to break. The guy was so absorbed in thought that he didn't even realize that 3 hours had already passed and that there was very little time left for the organization to arrive, so he immediately decided to do something else. He carefully drew his scalpel and in a moment seemed to enter another space, which was quite unusual, but still he wanted it that way. Fang Zhou at one point started talking to the one he really wanted to contact and asked him to just not say that he had given up and that everything would end like this. In any case, even without receiving an answer, he was now certain that the scalpel was, in fact, his alone, and that at that moment he had established a connection between them. As soon as he managed to subdue the scalpel, the subject noticed how his strength increased to 20%, and this was quite noticeable, after which he clearly realized that the weapon can be used not only as a weapon, but also to increase his own strength. The only thing that bothered the boy was that it had no effect on his muscle strength, but in any case, he decided to ignore it for now. At this moment, just like yesterday, his friend Zhao called him and, shouting into the phone, said that his true strength had manifested. Fang Zhou already knew very well how strong the man was, and after he told him about his strength, Zhao was incredibly surprised, because how could he have known? But then he remembered Fang Zhou's own super strength. Zhao felt that this was unfair, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he decided to invite Fang Zhou to meet him because he felt that something had happened to him, but Fang Zhou didn't listen to him for a long time. He simply said that he was a busy guest and hung up. As Shen and his advisor drove up to the boy to test his skills, the woman noticed that the man was very nervous, as if he were going on a mission for the first time, so she decided to ask him what happened. The man seemed to be waiting for this question, so he immediately replied that he was extremely concerned about knowing what abilities these guys had, and it made him uncomfortable. But she didn't quite understand what was so confusing to him. The man repeated once again what superpower Zhao had and asked again, "Doesn't that surprise you?" The woman replied that she had actually seen this for the first time, but still remained calm until the end, because she knew very well that panic would not help at all. But then the advisor reminded her of Fang Shu's abilities, whom they had been bothering at the time of the conversation with Zhao, who had told her friend that he was expecting visitors. The man honestly didn't understand how he knew that. Now Shen was not so calm, and even she was a little nervous. Did this guy really know that they were coming to him? They understood that his ability was to predict the future, but the saddest thing is that they miscalculated greatly, because he is not only an esper, he is also much stronger than they thought. The woman's advisor emphasized that with such potential, her strength would increase more and more each day. And he also suddenly decided to remind the woman how they tested an esper that could teleport. She remembered this guy with a smile, because he could only teleport 10 centimeters, and Shen was sure that he clearly couldn't progress that far. The man believed that Fan I would arrive soon. Being a completely different esper, completely unlike the others, how capable could he be of predicting the future if he already knew of their arrival? He was lucky to be with Shen, who wasn't afraid of anything, and so it was another challenge that she was ready to accept and test how strong the guy really is. As soon as they arrived at their desired floor, they saw that the doors to Fang Shu's apartment were open, and it was obvious that he had been waiting for them for a long time. Shen, unlike his secretary, opened it completely and entered the apartment, in which she saw Fang Shu, who at that moment was carefully arranging the mugs from which they would drink tea. After that, without waiting for any action from them, he asked them to sit down and called each of them by name. The woman was a little surprised that the boy knew their names, and also placed 3 cups, but even so, she made up her mind and sat on the sofa, which was close to that table. Fang Shu explained to them that he predicted all of this because, as they should know, his main superpower is being able to predict the future. But even after that, the woman was a little doubtful and wanted to hear more convincing evidence that would convince her of what he was saying. The guy didn't argue with her and simply started saying that they were both from the organization and came with a specific purpose. That is, they were investigating an incident that happened at the academy and were tasked with finding out if their powers had awakened after awakening. The counselor, of course, was impressed by his strength and abilities, but even so, at that point, he still believed that these were just the guy's assumptions and that, in fact, he knew nothing. Fang Shu didn't argue with them and just smiled in response, but this smile wasn't simple. The counselor asked the boy not to make a big deal out of this situation and to be very cautious. The boy responded quite unexpectedly, that is, he invited him to tell a very interesting story, after which he was sure that all his questions would disappear. After that, he added that the counselor is secretly in love with investigator Shen, and that is why he wants to work with her so much. And I almost forgot. Fang Shu told him that he had a very funny letter in his right jacket pocket, which made the counselor see the light. He didn't expect how detailed the details were. Shen had remained calm until this point, but as soon as the man told her all this with such confidence, she already doubted that he was a swindler, so she made up her mind and cleared everything up with her advisor. But the boy didn't stop there and continued saying that the content of the letter was that the counselor addressed it to Shen and wrote that he would most likely no longer be around when he received it. So he still decided to confess to her that he loves her very much. The woman immediately put her hand into the pocket Fang Shu was talking about, and the man immediately started making excuses and saying that this was complete nonsense because she knows him very well and he would never do such a thing. Shen didn't consider it necessary to listen to him and still took the letter in which he read everything Fang Shu said. But even after that, the woman didn't want to believe the boy, because even considering that he knows the content of the letter doesn't mean he knows when it was written. So he had to tell the woman that in addition to his ability to control flames, his chest circumference is 85 centimeters, which only she can know. She wasn't the least bit embarrassed that he knew what abilities she had, because they weren't included in the list of secrets. But she still couldn't understand how he could find out the real size of her breasts. The boy remained calm and assured her that this was far from over, and that he still had a secret about her, of course, if she didn't mind him telling her. The woman was sure he was just a scammer, so without a shadow of a doubt she told him he could tell her whatever he wanted. Fang Shui was so hoping she would answer exactly like that, so he added that she really loves the color pink. He said that her underwear is pink, but that's not even the most interesting part. But the fact that she has a tattoo, which she hides from everyone. Shen couldn't stand it and started to boil because she was now sure that he didn't predict the future, but simply saw through everything, and she knew that from the beginning. But he assured her that the concept of predicting the future does not mean that a person knows everything that will ever happen. He also added that last night he predicted their arrival, and with the help of his power, he saw Counselor Li reading a letter late at night, and of course, Shen, who was tidying up his wardrobe. The woman continued to silently watch and listen to Fang Shui, who with a confident face continued to prove that he still had some strength. She thought Fang Shui had seen everything because the tattoo was in a prominent place and his guesses weren't that surprising, so she decided to ask him to write down the number of today's winning lottery ticket now if he really has that much power. Fang Shui decided he couldn't catch it, so he decided to write down completely random numbers and just look at the lottery results before turning back. She was surprised he agreed and asked why he didn't just buy all the winning tickets and become rich since he had such a gift. The guy decided to ask her in response. He wondered if she had ever heard about the butterfly effect. He believed that 100% of the organization should know about it. She didn't answer and simply began to guess what would happen if the numbers still didn't add up. But the guy interrupted her and clarified that if all the numbers didn't match, he would simply destroy himself. She began to boil with anger upon hearing such answers. The counselor tried his best to calm her down, but it was very difficult for him today. So he decided to return to Fang Shui and asked him to continue talking about the events that happened at the academy that day. The guy really didn't mind sharing such information and started by saying that it wasn't a gym, but a psychiatric hospital. It seemed to him that the organization had never encountered such powerful creatures as there before. Everything happened very quickly. Every minute more floors and rooms appeared, and they didn't realize how in one moment they found themselves inside the hospital. As the boy walked around the kettle to pour them more tea, he thought that they probably shouldn't tell him about the scalpel he managed to steal from the nurse because he doesn't yet know what secrets he holds inside, and to begin with, he decided to experience them to the fullest. After that, he continued saying that everything happened as they already knew. Due to the weakness of his forces, he could only look separately at the right or left path, and only in one, despite the heavy losses, salvation awaited them. But he thought it was worth noting that on another turn, they were constantly being caught and dismembered by a nurse, and by his calculations, they found about 10 different creatures from that hospital. The consultant was truly shocked to hear this number, and the woman added that there had never been a single precedent in the entire world of more than 10 of these creatures being found in one place. After that, Shen added that in general, everything happens because of the desire of all entities to merge with the human world, and at the same time, they can exist together. So cannibalism is often common among them. But his words could also be true, because if they had a very strong leader who always kept them in check. And the woman decided that, judging by his words, he still didn't understand the essence of their existence. The boy replied that apparently she doesn't understand anything and added that ignorance is not an obstacle to existence, but excessive vanity leads to exactly that. Shen couldn't react calmly to this and started to get very angry, so the advisor immediately asked Fang Shui to be careful what he said, otherwise both of them would regret it greatly. The counselor decided to suggest that it would be better to go with them to the office rather than discuss such matters there. Fang Shui knew he would suggest this, so he immediately agreed and even prepared himself. An hour later, they arrived at the place they needed to be, where it seemed like the conversation would move much faster. Before entering, the guy thought about the fact that it seems the rest of the espers need special conditions that allow them to see the entities around them. But since he was not one of those people, the only thing he asked was that the organization not let him down. Fang Shui followed them down a long staircase that led deep into the ground, and it was a bit unexpected for the guy that his base was underground, and the building above only served as cover. But suddenly he began to doubt that this was really their base, because a man walked past him, talking on the phone and convincing his interlocutor that he did not lend money. His guesses seemed to be confirmed when he walked into a huge office where seemingly ordinary people worked. As soon as they entered the small waiting room, Fang Shu realized that they were having a great time there. The woman did not respond and ordered her aide to follow her to the main office for instructions. As soon as they left, Fang Shu immediately realized that upon receiving the scalpel's powers, his perception ability had increased. The feelings became sharper and the scope wider, but he couldn't grasp the size of that underground base. It seemed like someone lived there too, and besides, she said they were going to the main office. In the hallway, the woman looked at the counselor in such a way that it was very awkward for him to be with her, and she simply did not answer the question about what happened. When the president heard what Shen was telling him about Fang Shu, he honestly admitted that he was afraid that the guy's ability made him fear that there was now a high chance of information leaking from the organization, which should not happen under any circumstances, and he also asked to investigate and establish espionage on Zhao. The counselor replied that he would do everything in the best possible way and handed the president a lottery ticket, which surprised the man a little. The man didn't understand how Fang Shu could actually guess the winning numbers, because basically no one could help him, so he asked Li Wen again to watch over the two of them in case something happened to them. But most of all, the man would like to see what Fang Shu is capable of. How much potential does he have? The president was interested in Shen's opinion, so he asked her, based on her experience as a senior esper, what she thought he was lying about or not. She believed that even if that were the case, he was definitely a professional at it, but they still couldn't say for sure since they had no evidence of his lack of skills. Anyway, the man didn't care whether it was true or not. They would still be able to find out all of this tonight. After that, the man also decided to ask her if the guy mentioned that there were 10 creatures in the hospital. Shen was surprised that the president believed all of this because she was sure that there was no precedent for discovering such an accumulation of entities in one place. So Fang Shu would already be in the other world anyway, and to be honest, it seemed to her that there were only 2 entities. A former hospital nurse, she could only destroy 1 victim at a time and still took a long pause between attacks, so she was assigned to Class 5. A demon that plunges into eternal sleep, causes extreme fear, capable of destroying a person during their own sleep, the entity was classified as Danger Class 4, as it could plunge several people into sleep at the same time. Based on the above, all territories were classified as Class 4, and the woman believed that this was more than enough. The president was very interested to know if this demon could really cause such terrible dreams. The woman replied that even if Layman Zhao managed to survive, it wouldn't be difficult for the Esper to wake up. There's no problem with this dream demon, but with the nurse, it's exactly the opposite. The president listened carefully to the woman and asked her to bring Fang Shu over. The man would like to see him in person and understand what he is like. The woman was surprised by such a request, as she did not understand how he could neglect his safety so much, and if this guy had done some kind of trick, then she suggested that it would be better to send him to the squad leader. But the man was not one of those who would be afraid of such trifles, so he asked for 2 of them to be brought to him. The woman upset him when she said that the commander and his deputy were not at the base at that moment. In fact, they had gone to hunt down the head of that entity. So he asked to just call Fang Shu, but before that, the woman said that she wanted to test him to see if he was clouded in mind, in order to avoid unpleasant situations. After that, she took the boy to a special room to perform the test, and at the same time told him that this device determines the level of clouding of the mind. She also added that if something is wrong, it will be immediately revealed that all espers who have just joined the organization or want to do so must first pass this test. Fang Shu wasn't going to ask him any more questions because he wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible, so without further ado, he placed his hand on the device. The woman began to test, and immediately asked the boy the first task, in which she asked him to assume that an incredibly powerful entity was rampant in the city, and she wanted to hear what the boy would do about it. She gave him several response options, including fight, escape alone, save the wounded, and escape with them, and after fully announcing the task, she began to wait for his response. Fang Shu didn't think much and replied with a confident look that he would choose the option where he would fight. She watched him closely. observing how the device worked, and concluded that he seemed to be telling the truth after all, and could not believe that he was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The guy thought he despised all these entities. So if he didn't destroy them the first time, a second would come, and then a third, until he eliminated them from the face of the earth. After that, he decided to ask the next question. Shen was also interested in asking this question, so she immediately asked him to assume that humanity would not be able to defeat them, but if he had the chance to join them, would he go to the enemy side? The guy didn't even think and quickly replied that no, he wouldn't go to their side. The woman didn't expect him to respond so quickly, so she decided to clarify that he would do this even if he was offered unlimited power and protection for his loved ones. Fang Shu remained calm and didn't even blink for a moment and once again replied no. But the woman didn't give up and continued, and if her family was under threat, Fang Shu replied that he had no family, so she changed to friends, because he seemed to have a good relationship with Zhao, and if he himself offered, then what would happen? The boy didn't fall for any of these provocations and continued to deny that he could go over to their side, so he said he had no friends. They ended there, and she moved on to the third question, in which she wanted to know what he would do when he became an esper. And this question was no exception. Fang Shu immediately replied that he would destroy them all, and until he did, he would not stop. The woman couldn't comment here, she just looked at him with a surprised look. After all, she was simply enchanted, because in so many years, for the first time, a person who cared about others appeared. It was like an angel who came down from heaven to save the world. She truly considered him a god who had finally come to them to resolve the situation with the monsters. She only thought that his love for humanity was hidden under a mask of coldness and indifference towards others. Compared to him, she was a vile, disgusting, snake-like creature. Shen couldn't believe it, so she checked the machine and the answers several times. Fang Shu at that moment only thought that he would not only destroy them all, but also take revenge for his beloved wife. The guy believed that she wouldn't die so easily. He wanted her to feel everything he went through, only 1,000 times more. After Shen was convinced that the boy passed the test well, she went with him to the president. First, she gave him the test results, which he was to familiarize himself with before speaking to the subject. But he decided to start from scratch and introduced himself as Wang Dehai. He serves as the president of this organization. He invited the boy to sit down, but he didn't notice how Fang Shu himself noticed this and sat down on the chair. The boy replied that he understood everything and knew perfectly well who he was. This made the man a little nervous, and Shen, who was beside him, also didn't feel as comfortable as he would have liked. The man then decided to look at the boy's test results, in which he saw something that really surprised him. So he decided to put on the glasses immediately, as he hadn't seen such excellent results for a long time. He immediately turned to Shen and asked using sign language, "Is this true? Are the results accurate?" To which she nodded, which could only mean one thing. This guy is truly one of a kind. After the woman confirmed the results, the man literally couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the boy by the hands, starting to tell him that Fang Shu was just an angel, as they had no one with the ability to predict the future. Then, he immediately invited him to join the organization. But the guy asked him not to rush so much. He suggested discussing it after the lottery, and at that moment he thought that they were probably just testing him, because it didn't make sense for him to join them, and besides, he was there just to receive resources, nothing more. The president understood that the guy might not fall the first time, so he realized he would have to act differently, so he asked him if his ability had a time or quantity limit. The guy started telling him that in the hospital he was constantly between the past and the future, experiencing the hardships of death and rebirth, as if they could last forever, so the future is just a scene that he can rewrite as he pleases. Shen couldn't even imagine how he could say such a thing. It was simply a nightmare for her. How could he say such a thing? The man told the boy that, at the moment, the detachment commander and his deputy are considered the most capable in the organization, both classified as second-rate. But before he could finish speaking, one of the employees burst into the office. The president didn't understand why the rush and what happened there, to which the guy replied that a disaster had occurred. Deputy Commander Bai had died. Shen and the president rose from their seats. They expected anything but news. and Fang Shu continued to sit as if nothing had happened, looking at them to see what they would do next. Furthermore, he thought about how strong this Esper was, that he was ranked in the second class. The guy was regretful that he had died, but he would like to take her for himself. Bai Chi is the most powerful Esper in the organization at the moment. He only starts working when there is complete chaos around him. One day, Bai Chi encountered a dangerous entity that was in an abandoned place on the outskirts of the city. When he tried to deal with her, another monster attacked him out of nowhere. The president couldn't believe they hadn't gone around and discovered that there were actually two of them there. The employee tried to justify himself by saying that after carrying out a reconnaissance operation in the area, they found no more entities. The man calmed down a bit and decided to ask where Yang Ming and his squad were. What were they doing? The boy replied with a trembling voice that his squad was already on its way to the abandoned building. The man realized he couldn't sit in his office anymore, so he asked Fang Shu to accompany him to the bathroom, and Shen said he would go with him. As Fang Shu walked out of the office, he heard the president order his staff to prepare transportation, notify everyone of the emergency meeting, and most importantly, prepare 10 incense sticks and 3,000 coins. The guy didn't quite understand what all those coins and incense were for, but anyway, he had already seen all the organization's work in that forum, but now he still wanted to see it in person. Coins, and specifically the steel from which they are made, can serve as a good conductor of spiritual energy. It is from this steel that all the tools necessary to combat entities are made. Incense is meant to cleanse away dirt and help bring a troubled Esper back to his senses. It was a bit surprising for him to realize that the organization's Espers could die so easily. Are the organization's Espers really so weak that they died simply by colliding with two entities at the same time? He understood that although the nurse was still that steel pig that could not be pierced with conventional weapons, he could still do it somehow. And when he looked at everyone else, it seemed to him that they would always be at a disadvantage due to weakness of body and spirit. Suddenly, the boy jumped out of his seat and just thought that they wouldn't worry, he wouldn't be so weak. Then he hit the employee who was watching him. All of this was just to get rid of his suit, which wouldn't make him look so flashy. While everyone in the office couldn't believe that their best employee had died and were talking about it everywhere, Fang Shu mingled among them as if he belonged there. As the guy walked, he heard that Bai Chi was dissatisfied with Yang Ming being given the title of the strongest squad, even though his eternal luck could be compared to Bai Chi's squad's abilities. When the guy heard the story about luck, he became much more interested. He also overheard a conversation where the girl said that during the competition, Bai Chi was unable to use his power to its fullest due to health problems, which Yang Ming took advantage of. And don't forget that he is also a second-rate Esper. His interlocutor didn't quite understand why he didn't abandon the competition, but immediately explained to him that if he did, it would mean Bai Chi's defeat, so he behaved as if nothing was happening. Fang Shu was surprised by the story, but what shocked him most was how quickly the rumors spread. Suddenly, a department employee flew out into the hallway and started shouting for everyone to go to the main hall because an emergency meeting was starting and Commander Yang was going to report. At this moment, all the officials immediately rushed to the main hall to watch the meeting, and Fang Shu was no exception, as he first hoped to learn much more interesting information in the meeting. The guy was at the meeting and didn't understand just one thing. Who, at such a crucial moment, allows themselves to smoke? But then he noticed a man sitting in the corner, smoking. Fang Shu suggested that this was the same Commander Yang Ming. Did they really have a closer relationship than rumors claimed? Their thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the president, who said that on the screen they could see an entity codenamed Bracken. According to the information received, Bracken has incredible speed, strength, and the ability to hide in the shadows. And also, as it became known recently, you can simply dissolve into space, so Bai Chi could not inflict any harm on him, and the essence, on the contrary, summarized his entire life. After that, he continued to say that Yang Ming's squad quickly dealt with the first entity, but they had to retreat because they simply didn't have enough strength to defeat it, so they would gather all their resources and strength and avenge Bai Chi. He also said that amidst all these adversities, they can congratulate Yang Ming on his promotion to third place. Now he is among the top Espers. Fang Shu stood there, watching and listening at the same time, while the guys beside him simply admired how cool Yang Ming was as a warrior. He took into account that only 41% of power holders were able to touch and use them. Was it really luck that helped this guy achieve the rank again? But when everyone looked at this man who seemed to be the strongest in the room, he simply turned around and asked if anyone wanted a cigarette. The president once again told the man that he was now a third-rate esper and added that soon the protection of the city from entities would fall on his shoulders. After that, he turned to him and, with a rude intonation, asked him to come to his senses and not behave like a small child. But the man didn't seem to hear the boss and just replied that he was going to buy cigarettes now, and then they continued. The president immediately started yelling at him to come back because he really didn't want to get revenge on them for what they did to his friend. Yang Ming had no intention of stopping and continued walking, asking if they would be able to take revenge. Would there be any point in that? The president still didn't want the guy to leave, so he threw him the pack of cigarettes and wanted to continue the conversation with him. Yang Ming didn't even expect his boss to start smoking, but the president asked him to shut his mouth and smoke in silence. Fang Xiu observed this and was deeply interested. The man was so calm and reserved that even after his friend's death, he showed no signs of clouding his mind. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a madman who ran into the meeting room and started calling the president. The man asked him to shut his mouth immediately and be quiet, but then he realized that there was clearly something wrong with this guy and decided to listen to him. So the guy immediately told the president that the guy he brought to the break room knocked him out and ran away from him. As soon as the man heard that his guest had escaped, he immediately rose from the table and ordered everyone to be on full alert. Fang Xiu didn't even expect that his strike would be so weak that the guy would wake up so quickly, so he immediately realized that he should practice the technique a bit. But suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by a very loud voice shouting his own name. It was Shen who saw him pass by so many people. Everyone in the office immediately drew their pistols, pointed them at the man, and ordered him not to move, otherwise there would be no trace of him. The president turned to the boy and asked if he knew what would happen to him for attacking the investigator. But the boy didn't pay any attention to the man. He went down the stairs to Yang Ming, to whom he asked only one question, in which he wanted to know if the man wanted to bring his friend back to life. Yang Ming asked the boy not to play with the dead at such times and thus irritate him. Otherwise, Yang Ming promised that after this, he would definitely be a corpse. Fang Xiu didn't pay much attention to him, as all his attention was focused on his aura, which was truly too strong. But still, Fang Xiu continued to behave calmly and asked Yang Ming the same question again. Or did he want the guy to answer it himself? The president didn't understand what this guy was talking about. It was better for him to surrender voluntarily and be punished, because he was surrounded. Yang Ming still decided to respond and said that unfortunately, the dead could not be brought back. He might have been angry with the guy, but the man suddenly realized that his words gave him hope. After that, he, almost with tears in his eyes, asked the boy if he could really resurrect him. Fang Xiu didn't force the man to wait for an answer and said that all he needed to know was where he died and how far he was from Yang Ming. The man began to tell him that he had been taken to the mountains near the city and that he was punishing himself, because if he had been closer to that place, he definitely would not have died. This was enough for Fang Xiu, so he asked him to give him his hand. He wanted to show him his secret. Yang Ming no longer understood what the boy needed. First he asked for time, now a secret, and initially he promised to return his friend. Feng Xiu told him that this is partly true, but on the other hand, he can go back in time. Yang Ming understood that this was much more than resurrecting the dead. It was just a bluff, so he was very interested in knowing why the guy was so fierce. At this moment, Shen realized something very important. Fang Xiu was not lying to them, but was trying to convey that his power lay in time travel. The man explained that he would go back in time and send him a message saying that Bai Qi was in trouble and needed to be saved, but he needed to come up with a code word so that the man from the past would believe him. When Fang Xiu finally explained everything, he asked Yang Ming a logical question. Is he ready to try? Yang Ming scratched his head and still replied that he was ready to try his luck because he understood that everything was lost anyway, After that, he dictated his number and also said that he had topographical cretinism, so he would have to show him the way over the phone. After that, the man, feeling pain, said that he would now reveal to him a secret that had remained only between them for many years. As it turned out that during the competition for the title of Best Esper, Bai Chi had a stomachache for a reason. Yang Ming poisoned him, but because of his good luck, he was unable to deactivate it very much. The president couldn't even think of such a thing. He couldn't understand how Yang Ming could do such a thing. Yang Ming asked not to blame him, but to understand and forgive him, because the story was much more complicated than everyone thought, so he asked to get straight to the point and not talk like that. Feng Shu told him that this would be great. Yang Ming would definitely believe such a revelation when he called him. Yang Ming couldn't believe what was happening, so he started crying. It was too much for him to contain himself. Feng Shu turned to them as he didn't understand why they were looking there and advised them to continue the meeting. But Yang Ming told him that they couldn't do that because they were waiting for his next actions. Feng Shu assured that he didn't say they should go back in time now. Yang Ming immediately started to boil with anger, but the boss immediately calmed him down and sent them to the isolation ward, where they could calm down and vent. The man was not against such a proposal, so he invited the boy to go to the same isolation ward and talk. They were sitting in the isolation ward, and Yang Ming said that he was sure the president was worried about Feng Shu, so he asked the boy not to take everything to heart. Yang Ming understood that he needed to communicate with the boy more carefully, because in truth, Bai Chi's return depended solely on him. The guy wasn't too concerned about this, but he still decided to miss this moment because he was much more interested in finding out what abilities Bai Chi had. Yang Ming lit a cigarette and said that his strength is super speed, so he has a huge advantage during battle, but this time it clearly didn't work. Once night fell and it became clear that Feng Shu hadn't matched a single number on the lottery ticket, Shen was very angry with him for having deceived them after all. Yang Ming, who was sitting with him in the isolation ward, understood what this meant and once again repeated to Feng Shu that he should not mock those who had already passed away. But Feng Shu didn't seem to hear what Shen was telling him, that he hadn't guessed any numbers and asked again, "Or are these the winning numbers?" Shen confirmed this information and said that these were exactly the events, but asked him not to pretend that he had not foreseen them before. But he got tired of talking about it and took his scalpel and told them it was time to get to work and not play with lottery tickets. The three of them immediately panicked when he pulled out a scalpel, so they calmly asked him to put the gun down. But the guy didn't listen to a single word they said, so he simply stuck a scalpel in his eye and finally said they would see each other in the morning. The next morning, curiously, everything repeated itself, and they again entered the same building where the organization's office was located. But this time the guy knew everything perfectly, so he decided not to waste time and immediately wrote down the winning numbers on the sheet so he wouldn't have any more questions later. As they walked down to the main office, the guy decided to convince them a little more of his strength and say that this guy, who was now going to meet them, would pick up his phone and answer the call. Unsurprisingly, the guy picked up the phone and started talking on the phone, which surprised the consultant and Shen herself. They stood like pillars for a while and didn't understand how Feng Shu did this. How could this be discovered? But the boy decided not to stop there, so he told another story about how in the second row, a guy now decided to reach out and hit another colleague. As the guy described it all, this is how it all happened. The guy reached out and hit a fellow student who was walking by with a cup of tea. The counselor and Shen were no longer so surprised, but they simply couldn't believe it. Could he really have guessed? Instead of answering, Feng Shu simply told them another very interesting fact. He pointed with his hand to where the bathroom was. After that, he went in there and opened the cupboards from which he needed tea, which they thought were in completely unusual places, and made tea for them. They were so shocked that for several minutes they remained silent, trying to understand how he could do that. But then he added 5 more Shen sugar cubes, which surprised her even more. But how does he do it? Feng Shu repeated once again that he could only see the future and that was all, and also added that the president was now free and ready to receive them with reports. Yang Ming was driving alone and suddenly his phone started ringing, so he couldn't help but answer it. As soon as he answered the phone, an unfamiliar voice told him that Bai Qi would die in half an hour. Yang Ming couldn't believe he was actually hearing this. Who was speaking to him? The voice that spoke to him introduced himself as Fang Xiu. He also added that he could predict the future and now he was his partner, so he must go to Bai Qi as soon as possible, otherwise he would simply die. Yang Ming didn't know who he was, but he assured his interlocutor that now was clearly not the time for jokes. But Fang Xiu went on to say that during the squad competition, he poisoned Bai Qi so that he couldn't participate, but his luck saved him. As soon as the man heard this, he started yelling into the guy's phone and asking how he could know this since he had never told anyone about it. Fang Xiu didn't have time to explain all this to him, so he simply continued saying that in the building where Bai Qi was fighting, there was an entity lurking that would eventually attack him suddenly and destroy him. Yang Ming understood that this might not be a joke, so he immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove at full speed to where Fang Xiu indicated. Fang Xiu understood that at this stage, he had probably done everything he could, so Yang Ming should play the leading role. Whether he had time or not would depend solely on him. Shen interrupted his thoughts. Why did she literally run out of the president's office and say that they would immediately check if his mind was confused? But then her face suddenly changed to an expression of satisfaction, for she believed she had caught him, for now he would not be able to deceive her. Fang Xiu ignored her sarcastic expression and simply asked her to start asking questions already. Before she had time to ask the first question, the boy had already answered that he would accept the fight and would not back down. Shen wasn't ready for this, but she still started reading the second question, which had the same story. Fang Xiu answered that of course not, even if Zhao was in danger. Well, before she had time to ask the third question, he said that if he became an esper, then he would destroy all entities, and at this moment Shen gave up. After that, Fang Xiu simply stood up from his seat and decided that this was the end of the interrogation. She was still trying to figure out how he did it and put her hand on the device to make sure it wasn't broken. Fang Xiu knew very well that the president had been waiting for him for a long time, so immediately after the interrogation, he went to him and began to hear that the man didn't really believe in him, that he could predict the future. The guy didn't become modest and started saying that there isn't a single esper on Earth who can compete with him because they will always be on different levels. The president was not entirely satisfied with such an answer. He immediately wanted to fill his beautiful uniform, but all he could do was ask Shen for the test results. She told the man that she had not written the report because during the interrogation, Fang Xiu himself had asked and answered all the questions and the device had not noticed a single indicator of the presence of dirt or signs of a clouded mind. Fang Xiu realized that he needed to show at least some weakness in his ability to somehow convince them of everything. So he decided to say that although he could observe the future freely, to reset everything he would need to pay a heavy price, and that price was clouding his mind. That's why he can't predict the long term, otherwise he will have to pay for it, so he needs to join the organization to keep his mental state in order. When the president heard this whole chain, which is limited to prediction, then restoration, then loss, and so on in a circle, suddenly everything became extremely clear to him. There is definitely some kind of logic in this. He decided to ask the boy what he expected from working in their organization. The therapy he so desires to receive is not a problem. It ends up being mandatory for all espers. Fang Xiu replied that he wanted the salary of a second-rate esper, plus a bonus and incense every month, and that he needed all of this to develop his skills, especially money. The president told him that if he proved he still had the ability, then he would arrange everything without any problems, but he would still think about the bonus. The boy believed that the man did not quite understand the importance of predicting the future, so he responded like this. Fang Xiu believed that in order to avoid having such questions anymore, he prepared a small gift especially for the man. The president didn't like this very much, but he still decided to ask the guy what he was talking about. What other gift? Fang Xiu suddenly started to smile widely and said with great pleasure that this gift was Bai Qi's life. The man's face changed immediately. He no longer understood what this guy was saying, and how did he know Bai Qi? The president couldn't stand such insolent behavior, so he slammed his hand on the table and ordered the guy to never threaten Bai Qi's life with him again. Fang Xiu found it funny to see him get angry, so he decided to invite the man to call Bai Qi immediately if he was so sure the guy was bluffing. Shen approached Fang Xiu and placed his hand on his shoulder to help the boy calm down a bit, because sometimes he really goes over the top. But still, the president decided to call Bai Qi, but suddenly he was interrupted by a man who burst through the door and was breathing very quickly, as if something terrible had happened. It was Yang Ming who rushed into the president's office saying he was looking for Fang Xiu. The man didn't understand what Yang Ming was doing there, because he was told that he and Bai Qi had gone on a mission and where was his partner. Yang Ming immediately began to say that Bai Qi was seriously injured and was now in the hospital, which is why he was looking for Fang Xiu. Shen immediately became angry with the guy and gathered a lot of energy in her hand. Why would she find out from the guy what he did to her friend Bai Qi? Fang Xiu was calm even at this moment, all because he thought that Yang Ming still managed to save his friend, even though he ended up in the hospital. The president told Yang Ming what had happened. That is, how Fang Xiu had talked about how he had a gift for them, and after that, he immediately stormed into Yang Ming's office. Was Bai Qi's serious injury really a gift from him? But what a surprise they were when Yang Ming ran to Fang Xiu and started hugging him, because everything happened exactly as Fang Xiu told him, and that was the only reason he was able to save his friend. Shen and the president couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the photo. They had no idea Yang Ming could hug someone so sincerely. Fang Xiu didn't miss the moment to mock them some more and asked what impression they had of his gift. Shen was boiling with anger because the thought swirled in his head that Fang Xiu saved the life of his best friend, the Esper, with just one phone call. How could this be possible? The president concluded that if Bai Qi was saved only because of Fang Xiu's tip, then his powers had become extremely important to them. But he wasn't ready to draw any conclusions yet, so he asked Shen to take the boy to the bathroom, and Yang Min, for the time being, stayed with him. But before leaving, Yang Ming added to the boy that he would definitely meet him later to continue the conversation. Shen sat with the boy in the living room and thought that he had not only guessed her abilities, but also learned about her tattoo. She had a feeling he could see right through her. But suddenly she realized that the guy was looking directly at her neck, and she honestly didn't understand why he was looking like that. The guy at that moment was thinking that her neck was the same as his wife's, long and white as snow, so he really wanted to cut her throat with a scalpel, but her blood would be warm, unlike his wife's blood. After Yang Ming spoke to the president, he immediately went to the bathroom and asked Shen to leave him and Fang Xiu alone. She immediately left the room, as she was already quite embarrassed and ashamed to be there, so she accepted. Yang Ming changed his expression and sat down opposite him, as if he wanted to discuss something very important with him. The boy looked at him intently and waited for Yang Ming to start the conversation. Yang Ming suddenly started smiling again, because he hoped that Fang Xiu wouldn't tell anyone that the guy bullied his best friend. Before answering, the guy thought that the president was quite cautious when he discovered and saw his skills in action, and Yang Ming seemed to not care at all about his skills. The main thing for him was that Fang Xiu not reveal his secret. Then he replied to the man that this would remain between them, after which the man sighed in relief. But the guy wasn't done yet, and added that this information is far from accurate. Yang Ming immediately started yelling at him because he didn't understand what the guy meant, but in the end it was all simple and the guy just wanted money for his silence. The man explained that he would first need to join the organization and come under its leadership because the organization is quite obscure, especially for a newbie. But the guy knew very well that he was telling him all this just so the secret would always remain in the dark, but he promised that Fang Xiu would remain silent for 100 coins. Yang Ming claimed that the guy wasn't on the team yet and couldn't demand money from him, but the guy, in response, just increased the price of the service. The man gave up and still tried to show pity, saying that his salary was only 10 coins a month, but that he was indebted to him for his help. But Fang Xiu didn't need all this nonsense. He just wanted to get his 200 coins, which he ended up having to give to Yang Ming. After such a robbery in broad daylight, Yang Ming had to approach Shen and ask for a few coins. But she didn't quite understand why a commander whose salary was 20 coins was asking for a loan from a man whose salary was 5 coins. Fang Xiu realized he made a mistake, that he took everything from that guy at once. Now he realized he needed to take a little from him every day. Everyone gathered in the common room to watch the same lottery, the numbers for which Fang Xiu had written down just before, and as he expected, absolutely every number was accurate, down to the last one. Yang Ming couldn't contain himself and jumped on top of the boy, saying that they were his brothers now, and that real brothers should help each other with the next lottery tickets. But the president immediately decided to shut it down, believing that Fang Xiu's abilities were negatively affecting his mind, so they shouldn't waste energy on such nonsense. However, Yang Ming thought the exact opposite. Now that they are convinced of their abilities, they will keep it a secret from everyone. After that, the man invited Fang Xiu to join the organization, and all the requirements he announced in the interview will be met. Fang Xiu didn't think much and simply agreed to quickly think about such a decision. But Yang Ming didn't quite understand how the president would keep all this a secret, but the man said that they would put his data into the World Esper Registry, but it was classified top secret. Fang Xiu had now officially become a 5th-rank Esper, whose call sign was the Prophet, and now with the organization's resources, he was one step closer to his revenge, so he mentally urged his little wife to wait impatiently for him. Yang Ming honestly didn't understand. Is the president really afraid that Fang Xiu might be taken away from them when others discover his strength? And why was he included in the registry but he wasn't? And on top of that, he immediately became a 5th-rate Esper. What kind of business is this anyway? The president explained to him that the number of strange incidents in the world had increased, so Fang Xiu was allowed to stand above them all. The man was certain that even if Fang Xiu decided to leave them, his merits and contributions to the preservation of the world would remain with them forever. He also added that Fang Xiu's friend Zhao was also allowed to join the organization because they survived the hospital incident together. The man did all this with the expectation that Fang Xiu would approach the organizations and, in an emergency situation, do what they wanted, so that's exactly what he did. Shen disagreed with him a little because his ability was too unusual, but he asked them not to worry, as he was almost certain that everything would work out, and, what's more, he would become more confident thanks to his work in the organization. Fang Xiu realized that they seemed to want to disrupt his decision to accept Zhao's command, hoping that he wouldn't guess. The president hoped that the boy now understood everything, so he asked Yang Ming to tell him more details about the entity they would have to face. Yang Ming began by saying that, although he has no proof, that monster was definitely man-made. Of course, there was no doubt as to what this entity was, but it consisted entirely of something similar to smoke or some other substance, and during the battle it behaved very humanly. And only thanks to his luck, he managed to avoid the fatal blows for him. Moreover, his behavior was strange. He constantly moved like water, and the moment Yang Ming tried to attack, he retreated as if he was waiting for his attack. Well, in the end, when the battle ended, the only thing Yang Ming found there was a card, the Ace of Spades. Fang Xiu immediately asked him a question. He was interested in knowing whether this entity created the card or whether it used it during the battle. The president added that if the monster left a map, then it was probably an Esper, so perhaps they were facing an enemy they had never seen before, which could be supported by a large group. To the man, everything was very confusing, so he decided that they needed to conduct a deeper investigation, so he asked investigator Shen to show Fang Xiu how everything worked there. As soon as the young man returned home after his first day of work at the organization, he immediately began looking at the coins he received, and was aware that each of them could be worth millions on the black market, and this could not help but make him happy. He thought Captain Yang Ming was making good money this way, but on the other hand, he perfectly understood that if he weren't an Esper, he would probably have to trade with something interesting. Fang Xiu was incredibly pleased that, instead of blackmailing him, Yang Ming instead thanked him for saving Bai Qi. It seemed to him that a strong connection awaited them. Anyway, that would happen later, and now he just needed to figure out how he could profit from these coins. At first he thought about spending those coins on armor, but he soon changed his mind because the chance of dying is already high, so there is no point in spending 200 coins on useless armor. Now Fang Shu thought of weapons, but quickly changed his mind because he remembered that he had a scalpel, and besides, he only had enough coins for one weapon. In fact, the guy understood that he didn't need a weapon that killed instantly, as long as it was light, ergonomic, and sharp to penetrate enemy defenses, for example, like his scalpel. So he decided that if he was going to commission a weapon, it should look like his scalpel, which could disguise its supernatural origin. And he decided to resell the rest of the coins on the black market for regular money. When his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door, the young man understood perfectly well that if it were Zhao or someone from the organization, they would definitely have called before coming so late. So, with the utmost caution, he approached the door to first check who had entered. As soon as he looked through the peephole, it was as if he was enveloped in some kind of red energy that trapped him. Fang Shu lost his composure, and for a while he was in a vacuum that he couldn't escape on his own. When he woke up, the first thing he felt was the terrible smell of rot that pierced his consciousness. But the main question was still where he was now. What kind of place was this? But when he looked around a little, he saw an incredibly large number of monsters surrounding him, ready to tear him apart. The guy understood that the best way out would be to remain calm, but when he saw a madman with a key in his hands, even Fang Shu felt something tingling inside his body. This man even tried to talk to him and said that he had been waiting for a long time for the boy to wake up so he could talk to him. All of this together would drive anyone crazy, but Fang Shu tried to hold on, and so far he was doing very well. The subject calmly looked into the man's eyes and realized that it seemed as if he had seen that particular man through the peephole before he was kidnapped. Suddenly, this madman spoke to him again, praising the guy for the fact that he woke up so quickly. In fact, it was immediately clear that he was not a new Esper, or the guy simply also had a gift like him. But it was a shame, because the man really loves to destroy such talents. Fang Shu didn't react to the man at all, no matter what he said. The only thing he was busy with right now was trying to find something that would give him an understanding of what his strength was. And the first thing that came to mind was his eyes. The guy understood that he was an Esper, but not an ordinary one. But after a few seconds, Fang Shu realized from his elongated face and the fact that he considered himself a genius, that this was probably Wang Xiao's cousin, the same headmaster of the academy. The man was a little surprised that the guy knew him, but he had nothing to hide and confirmed the information, saying that he really is the brilliant cousin of this loser. Then he added that unfortunately he started destroying less and less, and the car was already quite worn out. So he asked the guy to wait a little while and that everything would soon be over. Fang Shu replied that he had heard similar things somewhere, so he asked the man to fix his car faster because the guy doesn't like to waste time. The mad genius started laughing at him and asked Fang Shu not to say that he liked his work, because he believed the guy wouldn't even have time to blink before ending up in a coffin. The guy thought about the fact that he was behaving completely abnormally and unpredictably. It seemed that on the forum there was a similar description of the manifestation of loss of reason, so he replied that everyone seemed to be sick. Then he added with a smile that his brother also tried to drag him to the other world. It was so hilarious that he kept pulling his pant leg with his bloody hands. And for dessert, Fang Shu told him how he crushed his horrible hand, breaking it to the bone and hearing him scream. The man became even more mad after these words and began to threaten the boy, saying that he would put his body in a meat grinder and give it to stray dogs. But Fang Shu replied that he was just a nobody, a man who had fallen to the bottom of the well, an ordinary madman who had gone mad. Brother Xiao didn't understand how this was possible, because in his mind it was completely different. He had to kneel down and beg for mercy, as was the case with his previous victims. So from that moment on, he decided he would torture the guy, not leave him a place to live. If only he would open his mouth and beg for his life. He began to choose the biggest tool he had in his arsenal, because he wanted to teach the boy a life lesson he would never forget. Fang Shu, instead of being even a little worried, on the contrary, irritated the man even more, saying that he could do all of this much faster because he was already too bored to just sit there. He started yelling at him to shut up immediately, otherwise he wouldn't be able to answer for himself. The man took the tool with which he would break the man piece by piece and added that he had the last chance to ask for mercy. Fang Shu didn't hear what he was shouting and simply asked a question in response, asking how the man wanted to die. Perhaps he wanted all his ribs and bones to be broken or turned into minced meat. The boy continued listing the options and asked him to finally say, but the man couldn't answer anything. He didn't understand what was wrong with this boy. Fang Shu realized that it was apparently too difficult for him to choose. Well, his brother was the same, so he offered him a few more options and asked him to finally decide. But still, the guy had to admit that he wasn't a professional, so it was worth admitting that the man could simply die or lose a lot of blood before he was finished, so he apologized in advance. Anyway, he hoped that the man would be able to understand and tolerate him in this case. This is an important moment for him, so he warns him. The man put his hand on his head and simply did not understand who this guy was and what he was saying, because there it is, the man who decides who will die and who will be skinned. How can he threaten him in such a situation? The guy made it clear to him that this man's fate is solely in his hands and no one will change it. That's why he talks to him so freely. After that, Fang Shu turned to the monster behind him and asked why it had been there for half a day. Maybe it wanted to eat the man so he wouldn't interfere. The madman wasn't so mad when he looked at the guy who was talking to who knows who. Fang Shu, in a great mood, told him that behind him was an entity that had come to eat the man alive. Just as the man wanted to add a few more words, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him, and now he had a notion in his head of what the guy was talking about. Fang Shu continued to tell the man that he warned him. Moreover, these were not all the surprises the guy had prepared for him, so he asked him to prepare more seriously for what he would see now. And as soon as he said these words, several monsters appeared out of nowhere, which he clearly didn't expect to see there, and overall he seemed to have never seen anything like it before, so he was very scared. He simply couldn't believe that all of this was possible. The horror he created for all his victims suddenly turned on him, and Fang Shu simply continued to enjoy the moment, and it was obvious which of them was truly the madman who destroys people. Fang Shu was already quite tired of putting up with his little wife, who every time he came over simply wouldn't give him any peace and asked him thousands of questions. The guy thought about how good it would be to be eaten alive. It would be a plus in his resistance. But for now, he will put this idea aside and promised his wife that one day she will definitely feel all his torment, but definitely not now. While he was about to deal with another character to whom he promised a painful end to his days, a real man must keep his word. The madman, just like last time, looked through the peephole and heard the guy slowly approaching the door. He could only wait for him to get closer, and then he would catch him in his trap again. He couldn't even imagine that in a second he would be hit right in the eye by the same peephole he was looking through and hoping to see the guy as soon as possible. He fell to the ground and started screaming in pain because no one could tolerate this. After that, he gradually started bleeding, which would lead to only one result, and he was well aware of it. But Fang Shu wouldn't stop there. After that, the man pulled him into the apartment to continue fulfilling his promise. The guy, of course, thought he didn't much like playing trump cards, but he was disgusted when they were used against him. To begin with, Fang Shu decided to examine the boy and see what he had on him. And there were quite a number of things. Fang Shu looked at all these things and thought that an incredibly strong energy was emanating from them, but it was quite strange, the kind he had never seen before. The guy even found a gun with him, which means he was pretty good. He even had some kind of weapon, although he still lost to the scalpel. Furthermore, Fang Shu could tell that this was an esper below the second level, as he was able to knock him down with one blow, which was quite strange. The Enlightenment Club is an organization created by espers whose minds have been distorted by entities. Favors can only calm them, but there is no way to restore their minds. Suddenly, Fang Shu was interrupted by a sound, and as it turned out, this guy had called a messenger who apparently was very unlucky to have come to Fang Shu, because what could be worse than an already distraught esper? The man woke up, and at first didn't understand what had happened or where he was, but after a few minutes he realized he was tied up in his own warehouse, which was an incredible surprise for him. But that wasn't the worst that awaited him, because then he saw in front of him a guy he really wanted to knock out and rob, but everything happened exactly the opposite. The man couldn't contain himself and started shouting in his direction, trying to find out who that guy was and what he was trying to take from him. Fang Shu calmly told him that he was the one the man tried to break into his apartment and ruin a wonderful night with his girlfriend. The madman immediately realized that he was speaking directly to Fang Shu and couldn't believe that it was really him. Fang Shu didn't listen to his groans, so he immediately warned him that if he didn't move, the guy would try to do everything quickly. In general, the guy wanted to gouge out his eyes first so that he couldn't use his abilities, but on the other hand, he really wanted the man to personally enjoy his death. He walked behind him and repeated once again that his life was only in his hands, then gave him advice to move less, and then maybe this would end faster. The man realized that there was no point in playing with him, so he first decided to find out what the guy was doing because, in fact, he never had anything against the guy. He always thought that the guy was a new Esper who had recently joined the organization. Fang Shu couldn't believe it because he believed that the man had come to him to take revenge on the guy for destroying his brother. The man couldn't even imagine how the guy could discover his revenge, but he still continued to act out the scene and say he had never thought of it. But the guy thought a little differently and thought he had no right to separate his family, so he decided he would destroy the man just like he did to him. After that, he hit him in the face and the man started screaming very loudly because the pain was really great. The man was shocked and thought the pain was too much. Did Fang Shu actually spill his guts? He didn't understand what kind of knife this guy had and why it was causing so much pain. He was definitely some kind of madman doing this. A few seconds later, the man deeply regretted what he had just said because immediately after his words, he heard a blow, which made him scream even more. He simply asked the guy to kill him as soon as possible because he simply cannot bear this torment. It is too much for him. Fang Shu thought that at this rate, the man would quickly return to normal, so he invited him to play a little game called Question and Answer, to which the man replied that he would tell him everything but simply did not touch him. In the first question, Fang Shu wanted to know what the bronze candlestick is for. The madman immediately told him that he was needed for protection against entity attacks. The man's leader lent him to reduce the entity's influence on him. After that, he explained that the candle is soaked in blood, and when lit, its light drives away all entities. But if there are many entities, the candle will burn out faster. With the second question, the boy wanted to clarify with the man how much he managed to awaken and why he lost control. He told him that he had become a level 2 Esper by 20%, but he couldn't handle the open flow of spiritual energy, and his mind began to quickly become foggy. Then the boy asked to tell him everything about the Enlightenment Club, about its participants, composition, level of awakening, and, of course, about his abilities. The man began to tell him, without asking questions, that the participants had enough freedom and that there was no point in hiding anything, but he knew for sure that their leader was a level 2 Esper. After 30 minutes of stories, the man told absolutely everything he knew and asked the guy to destroy him. But the guy replied that there was no rush and that there would still be a few thousand cuts, and Fang Shu reminded him that he hadn't told him that for his sweet speeches. He would let him go. This made the man lose his temper, and with all the strength he had left, he began to scream that the man was a common liar. Fang Shu was so funny watching this, he enjoyed every second and asked the man to do the same. Why was he so nervous all of a sudden? He cut him several more times, and the man began to beg him to kill him because it was simply unbearable to endure so much pain. At which point, after 1,000 words and constant prayers, the man suddenly stopped talking and the warehouse fell silent. Fang Shu didn't understand why the man could remain silent, so he began poking him with the scalpel to make him scream some more. But then he suddenly noticed how huge blue balls appeared on the man's body, which could only mean one thing, that now the man has completely lost his reason and will go completely mad. Fang Shu didn't expect such a good effect and was extremely interested to see what would happen next. This was the first time in his life that Fang Shu had seen such things happen to an Esper, so he decided that it would be best to stop this madness right now. At one point, the man's arms were simply ripped off and he stopped screaming and moving. The guy didn't believe the transformation could finish him off. Did he really beat him so badly that he just fell backwards? But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an incredibly loud and unpleasant sound that came directly from the man's body. And when he raised his head, the man was horrified by what he saw. It was as if some entity began to come out of his eyes, and it looked very terrible. The guy was incredibly shocked because he had never seen anything like it and had no idea what could be done about it. First, he decided to move away from the man a little and let this transformation, if we can call it that, finish. After that, he would understand what was happening there. A few minutes later, a small eye with fully developed legs emerged from the madman's body, and it was now clear who had allowed the man to use such abilities. Fang Shui was becoming more and more interesting to watch with each passing second. The entity, which managed to escape the madman's body, immediately turned its attention to Fang Shui, who was standing in front of it, smiling and waiting to see what the creature would do next. But she didn't have to stand for long. She immediately started attacking him, and he had to defend himself immediately. Fang Shui didn't expect this pest to be so fast and already be in his body within seconds, but he still didn't give up and tried to remove it with his scalpel. The guy understood perfectly well that that nonsense was aimed directly at his eye, so over time he managed to catch the parasite with his hand. He calmed down a bit when he managed to capture the creature, but when he looked directly into the center of that flying eye, he realized that his calm was premature. And his fears were completely justified, because this creature managed to knock the guy out of his hand and launch another attack, which would be incredibly difficult to dodge. This parasite even managed to enter the subject's eye, which caused him to stop seeing normally. No matter how hard he tried to get this entity out of his eyes, he couldn't, and at some point he realized it was useless. This creature was already inside his body and began to act within Fang Shui. A few moments later, the boy was able to see again, but now he had a special vision both externally and internally. Fang Shui suddenly began to hear voices inside him, telling him that the Queen of Spades had definitely not deceived him and that his body was weak, so he could begin the transformation, and Fang Shui began to guess whose voice it was. That voice continued to taunt him, saying that Fang Shui was now under his control and would forever remain in his body, causing incredible pain. Fang Shui pretended not to understand what the voice was telling him, then asked again, would he really allow him to suffer? But without waiting for an answer to his question, the boy immediately added that, in fact, only he himself would suffer here. The voice tried to convey to him the information that he controls this body and, if he wants, he can destroy all his loved ones with his own hands. But this creature could not even imagine where it was, because after looking around a little, it began to clearly understand that this was not a soul, but a prison inside the subject. The boy couldn't believe that this was all the entity was capable of doing, so he decided to let her feel real pain, which caused him incredible euphoria and joy. After this native ritual, the boy was absolutely certain that he was now the bearer of the blood eye. After a staring contest with the eye's wielder, the opponent's consciousness becomes infected, leading to more deaths. From that second, the guy understood that he could also cause hallucinations in people, and he couldn't believe that as soon as the madman's power awakened, this eye quickly began to develop and took him straight to the second level. The power was only revealed at 5%, and he figured the man simply spent all his strength on this eye, which ended up capturing him. In this case, he can make the eye even stronger by absorbing other entities, which cannot but please him. However, the question arose before him as to how he could teach him to absorb them, because this time he trying to enter the womb of his mind. This was his only chance. Fang Shui didn't quite understand how this could happen, but he began to imagine that she was involved in it and somehow tried to do it. Although he didn't know who or what it was, he was quite pleased with the result, so there was no particular problem with it. Eventually, this candlestick will be able to lead you to the club, so this will be the perfect chance to destroy them all. After all, he perfectly understood that society is a pyramid, and if one element falls, then absolutely everything will collapse behind it. He regretted that only now he began to feel their presence on the streets, so he decided that it would be better to go to the bar's address first. So in principle, he did just that. Went to the same bar and found a business card with the address that he had found in the man's bag. The bartender, who was on duty today, immediately caught the newbie's attention and asked what he would like to order. But Fang Shui was prepared for this question, so he answered something that would take him to the next stage. That is, that he wanted to order 24 black rose petals. But the bartender didn't quite understand what the customer was saying, but he still replied that they didn't have that variety at the moment. Fang Xiu knew very well that this was not a type of wine, but a flower, so he told the young man this. After that, the bartender's expression changed, and he suddenly asked the boy to go with him. They approached a door with a code on it that the same bartender typed in without leaving a space. And the doors of the rooms suddenly opened, and it was possible to enter. The barman also added that now he could pass through calmly, and the boy would be called a little later. Fang Xiu didn't expect such a small bar to have such a large secret passage, but he walked through it as if he had been there more than once before, then went straight to the door he needed so badly, but in front of it there were also 2 guards. And the first thing Fang Xiu thought was that there was much more security here than in the organization. His thoughts were interrupted by the same guards who, as soon as they saw the guy, immediately asked him for a pass. Otherwise, they wouldn't let him go. Fang Xiu showed them his pass, after which they began to inspect it for a series of illegal items, and at that moment he thought that not every garbage dump could end up there. The check was very quick and successful, after which the security guard let him in and wished him a good time. As soon as the guy walked in, he thought about the fact that there are no more than 100 espers in the entire city, and there are about 10 of them here. Before he had time to look around normally, a girl approached him and immediately offered help. Fang Xiu responded unexpectedly, saying that he came here to ruin someone's life. Could she help him with that? She took him to a separate room, where the boy continued to ask questions, and this time asked how much he could get for the head of the education club leader. The girl didn't answer with direct numbers, but began to come from afar, saying that he was a second-rate esper and that he would definitely need the help of another, but if he was still going to attack the lighting club, then he needed to prepare the necessary uniforms. The boy interrupted her as he was not going to listen to all that advice, and once again repeated the question, "How much?" She realized that he was a very serious guy, so she started saying that not only coins could be obtained for him, but by the look in his eyes she realized that this was what he was interested in, so she said the amount of 5,000, which is exactly how much could be obtained for his head. After that, the boy asked her a series of questions, which were also related to the prices charged for some people's heads, and it seemed to him that the prices were too low, so he asked what was the basis for setting the price. She noticed that he was asking a lot of questions, because everything has its price. Bargaining in this case is simply inappropriate, so if he still wants to set his price, then he needs to do so. And suddenly she fell silent. The guy immediately slammed his hand on the table and ordered her to finish the sentence she started. She continued by saying that since the request had already been made, Li Juwei had the power to influence the enemy's feelings, and his combat skills were weak, so the payment for him was not high, and furthermore, he was the cousin of the leader of the Enlightenment Club. Fang Xiu didn't even realize it was his brother, so he was a little surprised by this information. The girl suddenly started smiling incredibly and invited him to cancel the order. The only negative thing was that the advance payment would not be refunded. The guy didn't think it was necessary because he was going to destroy her, so he asked her when he could start and what traps he had in store for himself. She upset him because they couldn't tell him the exact time, but they would definitely contact him within a week. But for now, he should download a special app through which he can track the status of the order, through which he can confirm the completion of the order and withdraw the reward from the balance. She also added that if a new order appears, it will also immediately appear in her personal account, so one must be more careful with this, after which she immediately asked him for forgiveness for burdening him a little with all this. But still, she still had to tell him that in case of failure, he has 2 options, the first of which is to return half of the order cost, and the second is to transfer the order to a more reliable contractor. All these obligations are spelled out in the contract, which he could now read directly. As soon as the man took the agreement in his hands, he realized the power emanating from it, even though he understood that it was just ordinary sheets of paper. The woman looked closely at the young man and thought he probably had spiritual abilities, since he could sense the energy flow of those documents. She told him this was necessary to ensure a valid contract in case the client didn't make the deposit on time. Fang Yu realized that in this case it didn't matter whether he signed with someone else's name or not. But even so, He signed the document and accepted all the rules of the game, then turned and started to leave, and the girls had no choice but to wish him a good day and say they would be waiting for him to visit them again. The young man left the office in a good mood, as he understood perfectly well that they were not being observed and seemed to be completely safe. He stood in the middle of the room and thought that 200 coins for the education club's eyes was pretty good, but he wanted to see how much he could earn for their chapter. The next day, he met with his friend Zhao, who still couldn't accept the idea that he was now also in the organization, and also with his friend Fang Xiu. After that, they went to the president, who told them that as a result of the invasion of entities, complete confusion reigns in the country and in the world in general. Some associations began to cultivate their own espers, while others invited them from other countries. Roughly speaking, he asks the guy to go, they have training. Zhao was extremely happy with the offer, as he understood that this was truly a great opportunity. But Fang Xiu's face couldn't express it. Yang Ming, who was also nearby, added that since they were already partners now, he definitely needed to gain experience to keep up. But he was interrupted by the president, who suddenly asked what he knew about the Ace of Spades and how Bai Qi was feeling there in general. Yang Ming replied that behind this letter there is an incredibly large organization called Poker. Its secret is surprising. Nothing is known about the composition, the strength of the espers, and the head. Well, as for Bai Qi, he is recovering confidently, but he still can't do anything on his own. The president told him that this was, of course, very good, but still asked him to learn more about poker and help Bai Qi recover completely. Fang Xiu thought that the Ace of Spades, disguised as a shadow, and the King of Spades, capable of creating entities, he thought that this organization was very strong, and it was still unknown what kind of monsters still lived there, so he believed it was necessary to find them. Even so, the boys agreed to take a training course to become espers, and the first day was devoted exclusively to theory. While Fang Xiu tried to get at least some sleep during these classes, Zhao didn't listen much either, but instead looked closely at the person teaching them this theory. The next day came training, which was much more interesting, as they had a little shooting practice and Fang Xiu decided to put a watermelon on his friend's head and shoot a little. Today, Zhao was lucky that Fang Xiu was more accurate than ever. But after a week, Fang Xiu found even this activity very boring, because after so long they hadn't even started fighting the entities, and not even the Black Rose had responded to him. The man was extremely angry because his brother was destroyed. Who dared to do this? He looked at his subordinates and made it clear that whoever did this was clearly targeting him in the education club, and he would not allow this to happen to anyone, so he immediately ordered that anyone who dared to do this be found and removed from the land. Everyone who was at that meeting was fortunate enough to have his companion next to this man, who was able to calm him down quickly, which only worked in his favor. She gave him another glass of wine, which calmed him down considerably, and he drank happily. But suddenly he stopped drinking because he felt a strange taste that he didn't like at all. The wine was really bad this time. She began to approach him and asked him to think slowly and guess for himself what that wonderful flavor was. But he immediately pushed her away from him because he knew perfectly well where her mouth had been before and didn't even want to think about her kissing him. She didn't understand why he was so angry and shouting. He could scare everyone anyway. Everyone would be loyal only to him. After that, she got up from the table and asked her dear boss to give her just 1 week and he would be extremely pleased. The president and Yang Ming spoke with Bai Qi on the phone, and he told them that the doctor said he was already recovering, but that he would not be able to return any time soon. The boss told him that while he was recovering, they needed to find a replacement for him who would explore the hospital's territory. He believed Yang Kun would agree. Yang Ming added that after all, he is also a strong esper, for whom this task will not be a problem, and Fang Xiu, he was the one who managed to get out of there, wasn't he? The president replied that he was also very strong, although he had only recently become an esper, so the man wanted to first test him on 5th grade tasks, and only then send him to 3rd grade and above when he had enough experience for that. Yang Ming felt the old man cared too much about him. What was the difference between Danger Class 5 and Danger Class 4? The president started yelling at him because of course he is a level 3 esper and for him there is no difference at all. If before it didn't matter who you sent on a mission, now these players can attack them at any time. the president didn't understand why it was so difficult for him to understand. Bai Qi also kept in touch and added that because of Yang Ming's luck, absolutely everyone around him except him could die, so the guy believed that he shouldn't care at all. But Yang Ming thought differently. He was sure that a real man should go through fire, water, and copper pipes, which was why he insisted on calling Fang Shu. The president didn't really want this, but he still called Fang Shu into his office to have a serious talk with him. After organizing his thoughts a little, the man told him that he had called him to entrust him with a special mission. Fang Shu immediately made it clear to him that if this was not related to them, then he would pass. But the man assured him that this task was related to the incident that occurred due to the fault of the entities of Heishui village. After that, he gave the boy a piece of paper that contained complete information about the story, and the boy immediately began to familiarize himself with it, because he had never heard of this village before. The president added that this is a very small town, practically impossible to access, which is why few people know about it. And it got its name because of the color of the water. There's black water everywhere, so over the years many residents drowned in the river, but everyone thought they were just accidents. But according to village stories, there is definitely some kind of entity living in the river, which is waiting for its prey in the depths, and as soon as it gets there, the entity pulls it to the bottom. In the context of a series of similar events, a local resident had a dream in which he found himself on the bank of a river, but it was reality. So he managed to wake up in time and save his life. And this case was not the only one. The organization has already started an investigation into this incident, codenamed Glubina. The initial evaluation of this mission was 4th grade. At first, Fang Shu wasn't very eager to do such things. But still, when the president told him more details, this story interested him. The guy knew that for Class 5 incidents, the organization pays 10 coins. For Class 4 incidents, 100 coins, for Class 3 incidents, 1,000, and so on. He thought it would be easier for him to win a spot in the education club this way. The president took into consideration that this was the first case, and his abilities were still a secret to them, so he would have a partner, who would be Investigator Shen, and Zhao would also go with them. The boy began to smile, because finally, after a week without contact with the entities, he had the chance to meet them. Although he tried to take revenge on his wife, due to the level difference between them, he constantly died and retreated. But this was all due to a lack of experience. The man watched Fang Shu whisper something to himself and thought about how depressing the fellow's aura was, that he didn't look at all like an esper who had successfully passed the test to lose his reason. And yet, the president forgot to add that an ordinary person will go with them on this mission. He will help them deal with this matter, because Investigator Chen and his assistant are already a formed duo. After that, he picked up the phone and asked the same partner, Fang Shu, to come to his office. It was a girl named Su Kexin, who was supposed to be Fang Shu's partner, who simply flew into the office like lightning as soon as the man called her. As soon as she entered, the president introduced her to Fang Shu, who she would work with from then on. The guy looked at her and thought she was a graduate of a prestigious university, trained in the organization, and she couldn't help but know that espers have all their senses much sharper than an ordinary person. She tried to introduce herself and talk a little about herself, but Fang Shu simply asked her to keep quiet and send her number and friend request, and asked that until he accepted her, not to try calling him. She was shocked when she heard this because she couldn't expect such behavior from him. As soon as the guy left the office, he immediately saw how a person was added to the friend requests, and it was Su Kexin, who to him looked like a girl with a lollipop, whom he first met on the street, seemingly harmless in appearance, but then she hits on her own and pulls you into the background. But he was distracted from his thoughts by Shen and Zhao, who were already tired of waiting for him, so they asked the boy to step away for a while. A minute later, they were already on their way to a mission, and one of the people who didn't know the boy started the conversation with the phrase that, if this was their first meeting, he should introduce himself first. This guy's name is Liu Shuai. He believed himself to be the oldest investigator here, so he allowed himself to be called simply by his name, and his superpower is the ability to teleport. Zhao was shocked by such a wonderful skill. What an incredible skill this was to him. Liu thanked him and asked what strength he had. Shen decided to answer for him and said that it was better if he didn't know why the boy turned so red. After that, she added that since she was the squad captain, she would quickly introduce them. She said she possesses flames and Fang Shu foresees thoughts as mentioned before. Well, the last member of the team is Zhao, for whom everything gets stronger after 11 p.m., including everything below the belly button. Liu was very funny about this because he had already heard about Zhao and thought that this was not true, because this could not happen, but now it was true, and the guy honestly did not understand how he would fight against entities with so much power. But Zhao wouldn't tolerate insults in his direction, so he added that he knew very well that the guy could only teleport 10 centimeters, and how would he fight against entities with such strength now? Shen started to get extremely angry with the two of them, because they were going on a serious mission and were behaving like that. So she decided not to hide her emotions and shouted at them, politely asking them to shut up, as they would have time for pleasantries later, and if they didn't stop, they would walk all the way to the village. They understood perfectly well that one shouldn't mess with a woman like that, and that it was better not to irritate her, so they remained silent in the car. Fang Shu, at that moment, was thinking that this was a fourth-grade task, and that he would be working with espers who normally couldn't confront entities, damn acrobats. He understood that it seemed the organization had no one to send simply due to a lack of hands, but on the other hand, he knew it was too early to draw conclusions. As soon as they arrived and got out of the car, Fang Shu immediately informed them that there was someone ahead. An old man and his co-ruler suddenly walked out of the darkness and headed first towards Madame Shen, who was standing beside the others. She confirmed this information and also recognized the old man, whose name was Wang Yugui. The old man was happy that she recognized him. Then he introduced his son Fugi and offered them a snack, as they were probably hungry after the hard journey. After they had a snack and Shen took a shower, she ordered everyone to go rest and get a good night's sleep, because tomorrow they would go on a mission. But Fang Shu didn't seem to be able to sleep, as he kept repeating the same word, which was hair. Shen didn't understand why he was saying this and asked him to explain what he meant. The boy told her that he noticed that the old man's hair was very nice. Considering he was definitely over 70 years old, his hair should have faded long ago, but it is still in excellent condition. Liu thought this was complete nonsense, because he could paint them or use different masks, whatever, but Fang Shu categorically disagreed with this. Shen thought for a moment and said that Fang Shu was right. After all the residents were locals, and Boss Wang had definitely spent his entire life here, and besides, this hair care requires not only money but also time, which is very expensive for him. Anyway, she understood that now they wouldn't change anything, so she ordered them to go to bed, and she would be on duty. Then they would change. Fang Shu was the first to jump off the table and head for the exit, ignoring Zhao's question, who wanted to know where he was going, if he really wanted to face this entity. He went out into the street and thought it would be better to meet her in person, because it seemed to him that she would only attack one at a time and that she would not touch the group. Well, the most important thing is that he realized that when they arrived in this village, there was no entity here. He lay in his room and thought that the only place he found entities was in the hospital, and all because they were able to connect his world with the human one. But he didn't imagine that the same situation would happen here, because if we compare, in the hospital, there wasn't a single source of communication with the outside world. But here there definitely is one. Behind all these thoughts, the boy fell asleep quickly, but he couldn't sleep, as he woke up realizing he was very cold. At one point, the boy noticed that the mattress was shaking and the water was bubbling around him. He couldn't believe that this was happening to him. So he immediately took out his phone and started lighting up everything around him, and what a surprise it was for him when he realized he was essentially floating on water. The boy understood that this was no ordinary river, but one about which there are legends in this village, a black river in which many people have drowned. Shen, like Fang Shu, woke up from the cold but was also helped up by the bright light that blinded her eyes. But then she heard a familiar voice. It was Fang Shu, who was glaring right in her face. She started yelling at him because she didn't understand why he had come into her room and what he wanted. But the guy asked her to look around and ask the same question again. Shen also took out her flashlight and started shining it around, and now she was even more confused about what could have happened and where they were. With so much light and conversations, Zhao also had to wake up and asked for the light to be turned off. But before he had time to wake up, Liu attacked him, shouting that he had had a very terrible dream, as if he were floating in the middle of the river on his mattress. Fang Shu asked them to calm down, because if they acted like this, they would probably fall into the water, where the essence was discovered. As soon as Zhao and Liu realized where they were, they immediately began to panic and shout that it was a whirlpool and that they should get out of there as quickly as possible. Shen could bear a lot, but this was already too much, so she yelled at them and told them to shut their mouths because no one would leave anywhere, much less jump into the water. Suddenly, both of them became obedient and quiet. They realized that it was better to remain silent there, otherwise both of them would test the depth of this river. Fang Shu looked at the entire circus and wondered, what kind of clowns are they? Did they really think anyone would let them off so easily? Why then were they silently redirected to the center of the river? Liu tried to paddle a little with his hand, but found that there was absolutely no movement, as if something was holding them in place. But to Zhao, on the contrary, it felt like they had been floating for a long time. Shen explained to them that it seems the entity can control the flow of the river, so under no circumstances should they enter the water, and although in this squad its abilities are the strongest, the flame is limited to water, so it cannot help. She added that in the worst-case scenario, she could only save herself, so she asked them to be extremely careful and think before doing anything. Zhao listened attentively and immediately turned to Fang Shu, who really wanted to know what they should do because they were basically in a cauldron that they urgently needed to get out of. But he suddenly fell silent because he saw that Fang Shu was clearly planning something. Fang Shu decided he could build something like an oar out of discarded materials and try to swim to shore. However, after some time, he changed his mind and realized that they could not make oars with what they had at hand. But he managed to make a sort of anchor, which he had to attach to something and use to reach the shore. So he threw his shovel, which was tied to a rope, into the nearest tree and managed to secure it there. All this was silently observed by the others, who decided at that moment not to interfere, but to give him the opportunity to carry out his idea. But they didn't have to stand still for long, because as soon as he grabbed the tree, he immediately asked them to hold on as tightly as possible. He handed each of them a rope, with which they were to cling to each other and swim together to the shore. Shen simply couldn't believe that Fang Shu, even in such a situation, could be so calm and reasonable. It was so incredible. Zhao never doubted that Fang Shu was truly a genius, and he once again proved it with his actions. But their joy was interrupted by Shen, who suddenly shouted that the funnel was gone. Fang Shu turned to look with his own eyes and began to think that the entity might create a whirlpool in the territory under its control. But now it is no longer there, so perhaps it has left us, or its range of action is small. Otherwise, he began to understand perfectly well that she was probably already right below them, and as soon as he thought about it, some strange noises started. And then completely, Shen realized that the mattress was contracting and most likely, the entity was right beneath them. She decided the best way to check whether this was true or not was to take her phone and simply shine it into the oil-black water. Shen realized that he wouldn't achieve anything that way, so he decided that now was the time to use his superpower and reached the expected point where the entity could be. But after a few seconds, she and everyone else realized it was a serious mistake because she hit the mattress, which began to sink under her feet. Sheen began to understand at that moment that she couldn't cause too much damage to the entity on the surface, but she also couldn't allow it to drag them down to the bottom. After such a rash act, everyone fell into the water, and at this point, Fang Shu would probably have to relive this story. Zhao and Liu screamed at the top of their lungs and called for help, because at least they didn't know how to swim and would probably die not from the essence, but simply from drowning. Fang Shu had just watched and was now certain that they were complete clowns. Finally, at the last moment, he managed to throw a rope onto the beach, with the help of which they managed to disembark. Zhao was pulling the heavy Liu, who weighed a few kilograms, and decided to check with them how far they were from the shore. Shen recovered a bit and realized that they had been in the water for quite some time, but the entity hadn't attacked them, which was very strange. Feng Shu suddenly turned to her and stared at her with a stern gaze, and it was immediately clear that he was looking at her like that because it was because of her that they almost drowned. But she believed that he was not just looking at her, but was obviously shooting somewhere, which caused her incredible embarrassment. Feng Shu, looking into her eyes, asked her to give him some light, because he assumed that the entity was afraid of the woman, so it was waiting for her to expend all her strength. But she believed that if she spent all her energy, an entity would appear that they couldn't face without her. Feng Shu reassured her, telling her not to worry. He would do everything because he already had experience. She realized there was no point in arguing with him, so she immediately decided to use her powers to set some fire to that river. Zhao even managed to get high because he imagined he was in hot springs and felt really good in that water. After some time, as expected, her strength ran out and she had nothing left. Zhao then began to scream because it seemed to him that there really was something in the water and that it was quite big. Feng Zhu remained calm and it seemed like everything was going according to his plan, which was what he planned to do. They didn't understand what to do, although each of them noticed an expression of excitement in Feng Shu's calm eyes, as if he was going to do something obscene in front of everyone. The boy actually smiled, because he had had a plan in his head for a long time and wanted to put it into practice. After that, he decided not to stay still for long and dove straight into the water to see what kind of creature was swimming there. Feng Shu dove into the water and immediately used his blood eye, which was supposed to help him with this entity. But Feng Shu saw nothing like it, except hair, very long hair that was everywhere, and reminded him of the hair of the village chief who met them at the beginning of this task. He swam a little further and began to think about how much he disliked these entities, to the point where he felt goosebumps on his skin. After all, at first they pretend to be harmless, but then they try to stab them in the back, but they fail and run away immediately. But as soon as he saw where the roots of this entity grew, he immediately continued to dive deeper and deeper while holding his scalpel in his hands. As soon as he got a little closer, he began to cut everything he saw with his weapon, as he understood that only in this way would he be able to reach the center of that entity. At some point, he began to realize that he was running out of air, but either way, his desire to destroy that entity was stronger, so he continued his fight. But at one fine moment, the entity appeared, but that wasn't all. It grabbed the guy by the neck and began to suffocate him, squeezing with all its strength, and the guy felt it perfectly. No matter how hard the monster tries, you cannot destroy it so easily. Such tricks were few to face it. And at a certain point he began to smile and promise this entity that it would regret what it had done, because now he would show it all the pain he had experienced. This wasn't the most beautiful monster the guy had ever seen. He even admitted at one point that even his wife, in her best image, was much more beautiful. But that wasn't what confused him most at that moment, but the fact that he'd struck her twice, and she was already dead. Is the submerged entity really that fragile? He stared at the headless entity for a while and tried to understand what was wrong with it. But then he realized what her true incarnation was. It was terrifying. The air was still at its limit, and this should not be forgotten. So the boy immediately surfaced to breathe a little. But he did not return in a good mood because that entity had unfortunately escaped, so he suggested going to land for now. They carefully disembarked and rescued Liu, who in this mission still plays the role of a burden rather than a member of the team. Shen understood that if they didn't help the boy urgently and give him mechanical ventilation, he might die, so she asked someone who knew how to do it. Zhao decided not to miss the moment and suggested that she solve the problem herself. But Feng Shu came out of the water and started approaching Liu, and the woman was already starting to think that he would now perform this ventilation. The guy was, of course, crazy, but not that crazy. He decided to solve the problem in a slightly different way and simply slapped the guy in the face so that he finally came to his senses. And no matter how weird it was, it helped him, and he spat out absolutely all the water from himself. But still, the consequences of this blow were serious. His cheek, which Feng Shu hit him with, hurt for a long time. Shen and Zhao asked him to stop pretending. If it weren't for Feng Shu, he might never be able to feel pain. He should be grateful. The discussion was interrupted by Fang Shu himself, who told them that he had seen a woman's corpse in the background, and when he tried to cut it, for some reason the hair immediately separated from it, so it is possible that the hair is the essence itself, and the woman's corpse is a puppet. And what's more, the boss's hair is the same as the corpse's. Shen understood perfectly from the fellow's words that they shouldn't return to the village now. It was better to set up camp now, spend the night and recover their strength, and then completely deal with this entity. Fang Shu couldn't even imagine that such an experienced esper could think like this, but anyway, he called his friend to help him a bit. The man asked Fang Shu to send a detachment to Heishui village to pump water from the lake. But they answered the boy very rudely and told him directly that he did not have to do what he was not told, just what was in the task. Although the boy was refused, he still believed that it was necessary to make the most of the organization's capabilities, and in any case, it was necessary to pump water from the river to reach the bottom that contained this monster. Shen said that before, she thought that only an esper could deal with the entity without the help of people, but now she understands that they still cannot live without help. Fang Shu thought that he didn't really care about all of this. He just wanted to make these creatures feel all of his suffering and torment for themselves. The next morning, it's time to wake up and hit the road, because today will be a difficult day. Even though the weather wasn't so sunny today, the boy still decided to put on his glasses and then asked them to speed up a little, as they were now heading straight to the river. They passed a field where locals were working who were very curious and looked at them as if they had never seen anyone before. Shin even caught two girls arguing about her outfit and hair, which looked fine to them, though she still looked like she had been hit by a hurricane. Zhao and Liu noticed that each of them had simply beautiful hair, as if they had all just been born. Could all of this really be the entity's tricks? After some time, a detachment arrived at the place to clean the lake and wet the water, although they were unhappy because the one who called them thought that this was their land. So they looked at the boys and were a little indignant at such illegality. They asked everyone to leave immediately and as quickly as possible because they were following orders, and these guys, coming out of nowhere, were interfering with them. But from behind, Fang Shu's voice responded, presenting them with a paper on which it was clearly visible that the organizer of that action was Fang Shu. The head of the cleanup approached Investigator Fang personally and reported to him that the 10th cleanup squad had received his order. The girl standing nearby attacked him immediately because she didn't know he was in charge there. But Fang Shu asked them not to touch him, because he was not in the mood to talk to people like them, so he asked them to leave as soon as possible. They didn't calm down, so people from the 10th squad had to intervene and help these guys leave the territory, because they really started to interfere in the process. Meanwhile, one of the squad members reported that these two claim that they are just travelers who like to go to remote places. Fang Shu didn't care who they were or where they were going. He was only interested in the process of pumping water out of the lake, so he asked to inform him only about that. The squad leader understood him perfectly, so he immediately reported that they had everything ready and could begin, which was good news for Fang Shu, who ordered them to begin immediately. Zhao was a little shocked by the scale of this team's work, but Fang Shu added that if conventional weapons were effective, there would be no need for them. After 3 hours of work, the guys in the squad pumped out all the water, and suddenly Zhao saw a woman. She looked the same as the one Fang Shu saw while diving, but she looked very scary. They couldn't even imagine who had cut her face like that. Fang Shu looked closely and saw that there were still tufts of hair. Therefore, he immediately asked Investigator Shen to burn that hair immediately. This time, she silently decided to comply with his request, but in her head she was thinking, had he really predicted where the entity would appear? She struck a powerful blow at the spot Fang Shu had indicated, and from there immediately flew out an entity that had been hidden all this time until Shen fried its tail. While everyone began to panic upon seeing this entity, which was much larger than anyone could have imagined, Fang Shu just stood there, watching what would happen next. And so, Shen decided to take some revenge on this entity for yesterday's incident and attack this monster to destroy it once and for all. Fang Shu was watching the entire scene intently when he suddenly heard the sound of a gun's safety being removed. And as soon as he turned around, He saw everyone from the same squad 10 aiming at him. Zhao immediately tried to convince them that they belonged to them and that there was no need to shoot them. Shen, once he dealt with the monster, also joined them and politely asked the boys to lower their weapons for now. The commander of this detachment was the only one who managed to explain anything and asked them to leave here immediately because he does not control his body, therefore he is not responsible for what he can do. But still, he did not have time to warn in advance, and immediately after these words pulled the trigger, and, together with his unit, fired. Fang Shu understood that he couldn't bear this again, so the next time he tried, he decided to be extremely careful. And he decided to start with those travelers he expelled. They both seemed like ordinary people to him, but still, for security reasons, he decided to neutralize them. Then he struck with his magic scalpel, which interrupted the conversation of these people. Shen and the others couldn't believe what Fang Shu had just done, so they were in a stupor for a while. He slit their throats to rule them out as options for the one who could destroy him in the previous attempt. Fang Shu understood that perhaps he had jumped to conclusions or made a serious mistake, but he wasn't sure if those guys were ordinary. Although, on the other hand, it was quite obvious that his appearance there was completely out of place. Shen and the guys were angry with him because they honestly didn't understand why he had just killed 2 innocent people. Fang Shu didn't intend to answer all the questions, so he asked the Rapid Response Squad to remove all weapons and continue pumping the water. Shin immediately intervened in the conversation and forbade the squad from doing so because she first wanted to find out what was going on with Fang Shu. Why was he behaving like this? The guy keeps saying that they are asking a lot of unnecessary questions that are not helping at all. Zhao was the only one who spoke to him calmly and simply asked what would happen to them since he had just killed 2 people. The guys from the special squad talked among themselves that if Investigator Shen was there, then everything would be under control and, in theory, they could continue their work. Fang Shu again asked Shen to set fire to the area where the hair was sticking out and he would leave immediately. As soon as Shen did this, an entity immediately jumped on her and was ready to dissect her into tiny details. But the entity had no idea who was attacking it, and Shen decided to demonstrate this to it, so it used its power to the fullest. Just as she decided to prepare for the next attack, after the smoke cleared, she suddenly realized that the entity had disappeared. But a new problem emerged. Absolutely every member of the special response team said they had no control over their actions. Fang Shu didn't quite understand how it worked, because Shen destroyed all the hairs that were there. But they still lost control. How is that possible? But it seems that there is another entity here, so he understood that they were hitting the wrong target. Fang Shu decided to eliminate everyone who could interfere with him in any way, but the battle was not over yet, as he still hadn't found who controlled this detachment. After that little battle, they tied up everyone who managed to survive, and all that was left was to wait until Fang Shu could think of something. Liu was exhausted before he could even reach these guys, and was extremely happy that Fang Shu disarmed them before they rushed at them and they only just managed to escape. They watched Fang Shu talking on the phone and saying that it would be nice if the organization instituted a thorough vetting of the participants in this special operation. The guy still couldn't understand why the squad lost their composure. Was it the hair, those travelers, or someone from outside? In any case, he understood perfectly well that nothing would change now, so he invited everyone to return to the village. In Heishui village, after the entity is destroyed, the villagers' hair should return to its natural state. But Zhao realized that to him, nothing much had changed, and when he still looked at them, they scared him even more. Fang Shu believed that in this case, the best way to get everything back to normal was to eradicate the entire anomaly. So he decided to ask the village chief a question and ask him directly how he manages to have such beautiful hair at that age. The old man replied that it was better not to play like that, as he had already spent a lot of time taking care of his hair. Fang Shu had really expected the man to respond exactly like that, so immediately after his words, he took out his scalpel and decided to eliminate the old man, saying that he had finally been caught. Shen tried to rush to help the village chief, but it was too late. The man managed to brandish his scalpel. She couldn't understand why he did this and wanted to start yelling at him until she saw how, after Fang Shu cut her neck, the same hair started coming out of it, which made it clear that it was the old man who arranged all this. His body literally flew immediately into the sky and was just another entity that managed to capture not only the old man's body, but that of the entire village. But that wasn't the main problem, because when they turned their heads back, they saw a crowd gathering, ready to cut their entire squad into tiny particles. Shen immediately realized that all these people were controlled by the old man, so she added that this was definitely not a Class 4 operation, but at least a danger level 3. The guy started to destroy each one of them little by little, and at the same time he didn't understand how they managed to hide for so long. It's possible that they didn't need to feed on human flesh to maintain their vital functions. Shen yelled for everyone to stay behind her and that she would try to clear a path for them so that everything would be all right and they could finally leave. The guys ran as fast as they could and tried to hide behind Shen. But Liu was unlucky again and was grabbed by one of the monsters who wrapped him in its hair. The guy wasn't the only one who was taken over by this infection because his power also affected Shen, whom even his superpowers couldn't help, and now she's simply suffering from the fact that this hair is sucking all her strength. As a result, the situation became very stagnant. All of Fang Shu's friends were essentially eliminated. He understood that he no longer had any trump cards, but at least he knew who was in charge all this time. But the absence of his friends in his life is simply unacceptable. So he made the right decision to try again, but this time he decided it would be better for him to commit suicide than for the entity to do so. Fang Shou understood that the further they went, the more questions they had. So this time the man asked Su Kexin to order the Special Forces group to buy all the gasoline at the nearest gas stations and leave it at the entrance of the village while they returned to the headquarters. A detective's job is to uncover the truth, and Fang Shu's job is to destroy entities. So he sometimes decided to do crazy things, which greatly surprised his friends. So if they still didn't understand, he would cheer them up with a smile because soon they would all burn the village together. The same woman from the club was sitting on the back of the girl who lied about being a traveler and thought that Fang Shu was not such an easy opponent. Of course, it wasn't difficult for her to send these two puppets to infect the Special Forces squad, but she didn't imagine that Fang Shu would think of sending them. She was furious that she had missed this opportunity because it was wonderful, and now he's going to burn down the village too. What bad luck! But she didn't care anymore, so she simply ordered her dogs to put out the fire that Fang Shu was going to start. Fang Shu assumed that there were no more healthy people in that village, so he decided that once they found the source of the infection, they could eradicate it completely. Shen told him that if he was right, then this entity was at least third class, so she suggested asking for help in this case. Fang Shu asked her to think about the proposal again and asked how many espers she thought the organization had in reserve and how quickly they could send help. Or maybe she thinks he's doing something wrong. But he added that if he had a life, he wouldn't take such a risk. But even so, he was sure that that village should no longer exist. Before 10 o'clock at night, Zhao and Liu had poured out all the gasoline, as Fang Shu had said, and were ready to accept the next instructions. And the guy's next instruction was very simple. He asked Shen to set everything on fire. That's what she did. And a second later, the flame rose like a small mountain. Now it's unlikely the village will survive this night. Zhao watched all this and worried only that there might be someone in the village who hadn't yet been infected and was perhaps making a fatal mistake. Liu supported him, adding that it was strange that, from such a large fire, there were no screams or shouts. Fang Shu just stood there looking at the huge fire and mentally asked him to leave. Suddenly, a very unpleasant sound came from the epicenter of the fire, screaming at them that they would all die that day and that it was inevitable. Liu and Zhao tried to close their eyes to avoid hearing that sound, as it was really too difficult to bear. Fang Shu couldn't help but smile at this moment, and after using his bloody eye, he thought about what the true form of the essence was. The entity continued to speak and said that it did not intend to destroy them, but they destroyed its home, so it simply had no other choice. So she decided to use all the skills she had at her disposal and destroy them all at once. Shen looked closely and realized that it wasn't an entity but a woman, so she was also a second-rate esper, capable of controlling water. Furthermore, it was clear that her hair was part of an entity that could take over people's minds and control them. Fang Shu thought that if you looked at it from this angle, Then yesterday she was able to take control of even a woman's corpse at the bottom of the river, and this couldn't help but be surprising. This woman wouldn't wait for them to come up with a new plan to destroy her, so she ordered her subordinates to destroy them all immediately. They heard her and immediately entered the battle. Now the squad was in danger because there were many monsters there, and it was unlikely that they could cope with the fire alone. Shen said aloud again that she was a second-rate esper and that her group of slaves was too strong for them, and she simply didn't know how they could win this battle. But all the boy did was smile and assure her that victory would be his alone, regardless of the size of her army. He understood perfectly well that she was obviously an esper, but with the help of bribes he could find a way to defeat her. But now that is impossible. It was necessary to guess the moment when she would reveal her abilities to the maximum. At that moment, he would be able to improve his skills and thus become much stronger. The guy still hasn't forgotten his main task, which was to make all entities in this world feel pain and suffering. After some thought, he decided to give Liu the same sword he managed to take from the madman and told the guy that his main task was to push them back with that sword. Liu was shocked to learn that the guy gave him a spiritual weapon, but he also knew very well that it was a candlestick that could only be lit with fresh blood, and the guy had a lot of blood. The guy was a bit unpleasant for being considered just a bag of blood, but Zhao explained to him that Fang Xiu was counting on him, so he just needed to give it a try. Liu realized he had no other choice, so he attacked the first entity he saw and literally crushed it with the help of his new weapon. After a few hits, the guy realized that the sword worked perfectly, but he still couldn't use it anymore, as he didn't have enough blood to carry it forward. Zhao grabbed the boy's hand and sword, who told him that he was not alone there and that he would help him with this, then asked him to simply move forward and not give up. Shen warned them that she couldn't use her full strength there, so she was counting on them. After that, she created a huge fireball with which she simply wanted to eliminate that woman and her slaves from the face of the earth. But the woman easily repelled the blow and tried to fight back against Shen, wanting to drown her. The woman spoke and cursed Shen in every possible way, saying that she didn't need to think that she was no longer there, because her flame was actually not as strong as she thought. Shen would not remain silent and responded, but she was not in such an advantageous position to count on victory, especially after another wave covered her. The woman looked at Shen and simply laughed at her, because her attempts were so pathetic that there was no point in discussing them. She just added that if the blonde wants to save the world, she needs to be much stronger. But for now, let her lie in the dirt for a while. Liu and Zhao could no longer resist this attack, even together. There were too many of these monsters, so they asked Fang Xiu to do something. The boy knew very well that he was still very far away and his eye could only see up close. He decided it looked like he would have to try again or reveal his trump card right now, but he wasn't sure about that. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice, who asked the boy not to disturb him and to move away. Fang Xiu didn't know who he was, and moreover, he didn't even realize how he got there. This guy reminded him a lot of Zhao, and what's more, he knew his name, and Zhao said that his ability only manifests after 11 o'clock at night, and then he can hypertrophy his muscle mass and strengthen his body. Fang Xiu was almost certain that it was still him. Only his strength was capable of that, and this was confirmed by the guy himself, who added that it was still him and Fang Xiu didn't need to worry. But he also added that it was too early for them to be surprised, because he believed that now they would definitely be left speechless. After that, he landed several heavy blows on those creatures, and it was clear that his body was now several levels higher than before. He began to destroy one monster after another and didn't even need the spiritual weapon Fang Xiu gave them. Liu was even a little shocked that Zhao had become so strong. But Fang Xiu wondered if the guy had seen how he had changed. The boy told him that for a second, horror appeared on his face, and who would have thought that after 11 o'clock, he would begin to shine. He changed not only externally, but also internally. Furthermore, Fang Xiu didn't understand how his hair had changed. How could it maintain its shape for so long without hairspray? Liu told him that this was probably due to his strength, because he himself saw him spit on his hands and pull his hair back with them. As Zhao fought with a crowd of monsters, they stood there staring at him, and he didn't understand what the problem was. In any case, he didn't stop and continued to crush the monsters one after another, and at the same time, he still had a lot of energy. The woman could not tolerate this, and decided that she would use her power even more to destroy them once and for all. Zhao tried to convey to her that they were on different levels with her and that she would never be able to stop him with such techniques, so he advised her not to even try. But Zhao had overestimated his strength and consequently underestimated the enemy's strength because the woman's hair was much stronger than he expected. After a few minutes and countless attempts to get out of their nets, only Zhao needed help. So with the last of his strength, he asked Fang Shu for help. Fang Shu didn't wait long and immediately decided to help his friend and using a scalpel cut all the wires that kept him tied up. As soon as Zhao was free, he immediately told the boy that he could be proud of himself, that they had come this far, but that this was far from the end. He gathered all his strength into a fist and immediately charged straight into battle against that woman, who had not expected such an attack. But still, the guy couldn't defeat her with his strength alone, because she dodged all his blows and simply launched a counterattack, from which he fell unconscious to the ground. She asked him never to do that again and, according to tradition, called him every name under the sun. But during all this conversation, she didn't notice how Fang Shu was flying towards her, who took advantage of the moment to deliver a powerful blow to her. But even though he didn't do anything, considering he got as close to her as possible and it was unexpected, that didn't stop the woman from dodging the blow. Fang Shu suddenly realized that he had a variety of hair, and silver hair would be much stronger than black hair. At what point did she turn into a terrifying creature and try to scare the guy? She asked him to look her straight in the eye, but she couldn't expect that as soon as he did, it would be her fatal mistake. The bloodshot eye the guy has immediately started to have a very negative effect on her, and now she is clearly the one who needs help. The man immediately struck several times with the scalpel, but suddenly raised his hand in the air because he heard footsteps and laughter behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he saw someone who brought an incredible smile to his face, as he was really looking forward to her visit. This was the same woman who arrived on the battlefield with her puppets and immediately ordered the subject to be destroyed. Fang Shu understood that he wouldn't be able to defeat them all at once, so for now, he decided to hide behind a rock and think of a plan of action. While the boy was hiding and trying to invent something, the woman ordered her slaves to bring her the essence she controlled. She revived her with several spells and ordered her to kiss her feet, after which she named her Van Ernie and asked her to join her mistress. She enjoyed what she was doing. Now she is a second-class Esper and a third-class entity, and when she returns, she will immediately become the main one, and the rest will be her hunting dogs. But her dreams were interrupted by Fang Shu's voice, who asked how much longer she would dream. She was pleasantly surprised that Fang Shu met her in person. It was an incredible honor for her. She was very grateful to him for bringing with his own hands an Esper with her pet on a tray. But she didn't have much time, so she immediately asked him to come over and kiss her foot, and then promised that he would immediately become her puppet. Fang Shu replied that he was very worried that she wouldn't dare to show up, but it still seemed like he was worrying in vain. She thought he would be smarter, but in reality he was just a useless piece of Esper, so she ordered him to die. But she understood that the guy alone wouldn't do it, so she kindly asked the big guy, who was stronger than all her puppets, to do it. To his surprise, Fang Shu didn't run away or even care about it. He just stood there watching everything with his usual smile. First, Fang Shu took out his scalpel and then revealed his true self, which looked very terrifying and dangerous even for a woman. She couldn't believe the fact that the guy managed to appease the chaotic essence that had penetrated him, so she started yelling at him and saying that he was simply crazy and definitely insane. Then she ordered that he be eliminated urgently. But it was already too late, because Fang Shu was inspired and went on the attack, saying that her train had already left and now it was his turn to laugh. To begin with, he eliminated his puppets, who were calmly watching the battle. The woman would not give up so easily, so she sent her big man into battle, which was supposed to put an end to that fight. But Fang Shu was one step ahead everywhere today and didn't even give this creature a chance to do anything to him, so he attacked first and simply knocked the big guy away. The woman couldn't believe it, as the steel golem was an Esper with 15% of its power revealed. she had to try very hard to obtain it. She simply couldn't understand the fact that Fang Xiu had destroyed him with one blow, without even putting in much effort. She understood that this was practically impossible, because a first-class esper would literally explode within an hour due to the sheer amount of energy absorbed. But Fang Xiu was much stronger, so he simply mocked each of them and enjoyed it very much. She became even more furious and tried with all her might to destroy him, so she struck the hardest blow possible. But Fang Xiu continued to play with them and basically didn't pay attention to all this. He just watched and enjoyed it. The woman understood perfectly well that after he destroyed the golem with one blow, the next would probably be Wag Ernie, and then it would be logically possible to assume that she herself would be attacked. As Fang Xiu continued his attack, he understood very well that this esper was also a second-rate esper, and it seemed like he had wasted 200 coins on the assassin. Anyway, he continued to dodge all of this esper's attacks and reached the finish line, where he had to eliminate this doll, and all because in his opinion he was too slow. The woman still had hope that he would stop and not destroy her, so she screamed and asked him to stop, but it seems that the guy didn't care about her words at all. Carefully and without her noticing, he and his puppet approached behind her and were ready to cut her neck with a precise cut, which he ended up doing. But the one thing that confused him and that he didn't understand was that she didn't make any sound. But then he turned to that same woman, because he understood perfectly well that she had simply turned her into his puppet, which means that she herself felt all the pain. She was literally ready to cry because she didn't understand how this guy could know that she would bring puppets to end everything once and for all. But still, she didn't understand why he was still able to maintain consciousness when any other esper would have gone mad long ago. He looked at her and the situation looked dire, so he advised her to run away as quickly as possible. She didn't think any man had ever resisted her tenderness, and besides, she understood perfectly well that she had no chance with his speed. The woman understood that it might not work on him, but either way she had no other options, so she decided to try anyway and use all her charm on him and at the same time ask him not to kill her. She also added that she had always just followed orders, and that if she went back, Fang Xiu suddenly stopped her and asked her not to worry, because he would not destroy her. Only his pain and suffering would enter her. She didn't fully understand what he was talking about, what it could mean. Was it really a play on words? The woman decided to play all her cards, because if he wasn't going to kill her, then she would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Fang Xiu had no objection whatsoever to doing what the woman told him, so he picked up his scalpel and was happily ready to begin. She asked him not to do that. She was ready to do whatever he wanted. She just asked him not to make fun of her. She saw him stop and suggested he taste her first before doing what he had in mind. The woman did all of this with the understanding that no man could resist the depth of the soul in her eyes, and she was practically certain that Fang Xiu was no exception. Fang Xiu at that moment remembered his wife, and it became incredibly disgusting for him to think about all of this. Then he gently grabbed her face and said that their appearance was incredibly similar, and she continued and asked who. Fang Xiu added that her appearance was similar to his wife's, so she decided that she would do whatever he wanted. He could use her as his free wife. But she had no way of knowing how much he hated his wife. But she realized it when he approached her and whispered that today was her last day. The guy destroyed her, and the last thing she could think was that she would die because she had the same eyes as his wife. Fang Xiu even felt a little regretful because her attempts to make him feel sorry for him didn't work. But he still hoped that she would like it. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by strange sounds coming from behind him, and when he turned around, he saw her hair flying somewhere. The boy immediately replied that she wouldn't be able to escape so easily. But the guy didn't have time to reach them so quickly, and this hair dominated his girlfriend, Shen. Fang Xiu was not surprised and did not think for long, after which he delivered an incredibly strong blow to Shen's head so that she could rest a little more. He stood over it and understood that if he cut the root, the absorption would stop, so he did it without any hesitation. Fang Xiu cut off all of Shen's hair and she was almost bald. But this hair didn't give up so easily and wanted to enter Fang Xiu's body, and the boy himself wasn't against it at all. A second later, they became a part of it, but not for long, because after a second they realized that they simply could not cope with such a master and, as a result, died forever. But suddenly all the guy's thoughts that he was still capable of defeating these creatures were interrupted by a strong blow that came from behind, from which he simply fell to the ground.